counsels telling a judge that when a judge makes an order in court, call him Colonel Steyn, even if you don't want to, because the judge who is in charge of the proceedings here says you must do so. You're going to obey that. But I was told to jump into the sea. You're mad. That's the conduct we have here. And when I make remarks sometimes about our black counsels, attorneys, maybe even judges, I'm told, Doctor, that's why I call you doctor. You are doctor now. But if you are prosecuting, I'll say, Mr. Prosecutor, fine. But if you are seated there, respect just demands that I should call you Doctor Sibanda. And I do it. Yeah, so that is it. Now I've got a note here, which I was read to you. The lady, my registrar, showed me this in her phone. Hello, your phone? I've excoriated it enough. It just shut up. Hey. When did you receive this?
It was sent yesterday.
Okay. Oh, it's from Mr. Who? Ashley Mzukela. Yeah, I'm saying it comes from Ashley.
No.
No, I see. But you say?
It was sent to me and Ashley.
Oh, to you and Ashley. Okay, fine. It's from Advocate Missy. Okay, let's read it. Dear colleague, it's not addressed to me because I'm not his colleague. May you kindly convey my humble request of leave of absence on Monday, the 9th June, 2025, to the Honorable Judge. The reason for my unavailability on this date is that I will be running the Comrades Marathon on Sunday, the 8th of June, 2020, and will be driving back on the following day, being the Monday. That I have referred to. I know this may affect the proceedings in the above mentioned matter, but may I apologize in advance for the inconvenience to be occasioned by this request. Kind regards. Now this is what I talk about. Mr. Mnisi doesn't think he can write to me directly. He writes to me through my registrar, Ashley, and the lady in front here. And he says they must tell me that he's not coming to court on Monday. He'll be running the Comrades Marathon. Mr. Ngumal, what do you think about this type of letter? I don't know, it's not even a letter, it's written in a...
My Lord, honestly, I'll need to remain silent already.
No, you don't have to remain silent.
I have no comment.
Would you do that? You, would you do that?
No, I haven't. I've never done it.
No, fine. But would you do that?
No, I don't do that.
Mr. Ramusepili?
As the court pleases, my Lord, I think the proper procedure between the communication between His Lordship is normally through the registrar. And then if Mr. Mnisi, perhaps like it arrived now, I'm not in his mind, perhaps he was still going to raise it with the court, but the proper procedure, from my understanding, is via the registrar.
No, this can't be via the registrar. He's telling the registrar to tell me that he won't be around on Monday. Is that proper?
My Lord, that's how far I can take it regarding that submission, my Lord. Mr. Mnisi is here before court.
No, he has written this. And so I don't know what I must do, because this I'm told I'm not coming to court on Monday. I'll be driving back.
Yes, ek het iemand wat ek graag baie
What is this? Mr. Baloyi, what do you think about
Well,
this
as-
type of address?
As Mr. Ramsipulu pointed out, I think normal courtesy dictates that we communicate through the registrar and not directly with the judge. And I think that's what Advocate Nisi had in mind. We never communicate directly with the judge, and I think that's what the ethics also dictates.
So you communicate through the registrar to tell the judge that I won't be coming to court on Monday.
Yes. I think in instances where counsel wants to communicate directly with the judge, then a meeting will be arranged in chambers and all the parties will be there. But if a party wants to perhaps convey a message to the judge, then they would channel it through the registrar. That would be the normal practice model.
So I'm not going to respond. If Mr. Nisi doesn't want to come to court on Monday, that's his business. I will be in court. And the JP expects me to be in court. Can't tell the JP somebody is going to run the marathon. So case should stop. Everybody should watch the marathon, I suppose. You know, Judge Mba is an athlete. He always runs the 2 oceans and the comrades. Judge Matopo, who's in the Constitutional Court. And it's nice to know that, amongst other things I did, Matopo, we used to alternate with this principal when he was serving articles. The same thing with Judge Mba. They're juniors to me. Even the JP himself, when I was already admitted, he was serving articles. Some of them, I call them articles. Judge Soga also is an athlete. But he will never take time to say, I'm not coming to court because I'm going to be running the marathon. Never. At the West, I know Judge Mba would make arrangements that he must expand part of his leave during that time so that he doesn't interfere with the timetable of the court. This case, people are talking justice delayed, justice denied, 10 years, no justice, case is just dragging on. The family is distraught, the brothers, the relatives, even they accuse themselves. They've been 2 to 3 years in custody. And here's this stupid judge called Ratamokhatli. You allow a person who's representing 2 of the accused here to go and run a marathon. I must go and tell the JP. When the JP asks me, why were you not sitting, or the DJP, why were you not sitting on Monday? No, we're waiting for Advocate Nisi to come drive back to Joburg, to wherever, because he was running a marathon. This is South Africa, run by blacks. I can tell you now, even if you call me an Uncle Tom, I don't think a white advocate can have the gall to ask me that. Never. Okay, you've heard me. Right. You're still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, can I have some water?
Thank you, Brigadier.
Hello. Water, please. Yeah.
Brigadier, just some clarification here. I would request us to go back to nearly the beginning of my cross-examination to you. You said that accused number 1 said that the firearm that they in his confession, that the firearm that they allegedly used was sold to Mthobisi Sithole, and you said that Mthobisi is accused number 3. I'm saying so. Yeah, when I cross-examined him, in the early stages of my cross-examination to him, he said that accused number 1 said in his confession that the firearm that they used in the commission of the offense was sold to Mthobisi Sithole, or was sold to Mthobisi. Now, Brigadier said that Mthobisi is accused number 3. I just want a clarification on that.
Athi-ke manje-ke ummeli kunodaba ngathana ukuthi aluthole ngendlela eqondile noma ke aluthole kahle-ke uma ekhuluma-ke ngendaba ye-confession eyenziwa-ke umsola wokuqala-ke lapho khona-ke wona-ke njengofakazi la uthize khona-ke umsola wokuqala ngesikhathi enza udaba lwakhe le-confession wakhuluma inkulumo kuwukuthi-ke isibhamu lesi ade besebenzisile-ke ngesikhathi kade besenza-ke lapho umthetho lwabalenza-ke isona-ke esadayisela lapho kumthobisi futhi wathona kumthobisi Sithole futhi wamchaza njengomsola wesithathu.
So, my lord, I've said the name Mthobisi is the name that is the name of accused number 3, and that's all. So the first name is that of accused number 3, Mthobisi.
Athena ukuthi zegama kaMthobisi-ke igama la kamsola wesithathu.
So what would then have been the meaning of that? What were you trying to convey with what you said, that the name is the name of accused number 3, sir?
Bathi ngabe kade uzama ukusho ini-ke mothi igama la kaMthobisi-ke igama la kamsola wesithathu?
Is that, my lord, as much as he was misleading, but he was also closer to the truth, because the alibi, because it must be viewed in context, the alibi that we followed insofar as this Mthobisi Sithole he mentioned, we discovered that the person, which was a wrong alibi, is actually Mtuteni and not Mthobisi Sithole. It was Mtuteni, and we also obtained a statement from his father and the death certificate. So, but the essence of where I was saying is that as much as some information was misleading, for example, the mentioning of Marco and Makimbi, but somewhere there was truth, and that the name Mthobisi, which we did not know what is the surname, is the name of accused number 3. And indeed, through the investigation, the firearm that is allegedly used in the commission of this offense was then associated with accused number 3.
Athi-ke lapho khona-ke umuntu othizeni kwakhuluma-ke lapho iqiniso, kepha kade angakhuluma iqiniso lonkana noma iqiniso liphelele ngoba bekazama ukuthi abakhohliswe lapho ngoba bagcina bekuthola ukuthi igama lakamthobisi athi lona igama lakamthobisi, kepha igama lakamdudeni futhi athi bakhuluma-ke nobaba wakhe bese thola-ke istatement sakababa wakhe futhi nencwadi yasho ukuthi yena-ke washona lapho-ke, kepha egcineni ugcina sebathola noma agcina bazi ukuthi igama lelo-ke lo muntu kade bekhuluma-ke ngalo lapho-ke kade kuyigama-ke lakamsola wesithathu, futhi nokuthi isibhamu lesi esasetshenziswa-ke lapho-ke ngesikhathi kade kusenza kodlame lula mhlawumbe ulaphulo umthetho lwenzeka-ke lapho-ke kuwukuthi kuyaqhumana-ke futhi nomsola wesithathu.
So we are agreeing, sir. It's a known fact that accused number 3 is Mthobisi Mncube and not Mthobisi Sithole, not so?
Bathi ngabe savumelana yini ukuthi-ke igama lakamsola wesithathu-ke Mthobisi Mncube kepha-ke yena-ke Mthobisi Sithole?
Yes, we do agree.
Athi yebo siyavumelana-ke lapho.
Thank you, sir. Now, yesterday, we were at we're at Fosslores on the 5th of June 2020. The place, no, we're still at Fosslores. We're still at Fosslores on the 5th. The place where accused number 1 says he was allegedly driven to by Mohane, Namane, and Bongani, who from Fileria, who were escorted by the traffic cops where he got assaulted.
Bathi ke ngesikhathi besiqedela sikhuluma ngodaba la khona kumsola uqala ke kade bemhambisa ke ngemoto kade noma kade beshela ngemoto kagibele kuyona ke kade khona kuMogane lapho ke futhi nomnumzana uBongane futhi nomnumzana uNcamane ke la athi khona ke bamikisa kwindawo la washaka khona.
I'm listening, my lord.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
Yes. After that assault, accused then says he was then driven to Alberton by the same Mohane, Namane and Bongane, and they were using a Qashqai, and they were still being escorted by the normal traffic cops.
Athi ke ngemuva ukuthi bamshaye khona lapho kwindawo kade bemshela kuyona ke umsolo oqala kade khona ke uNcamane lapho ke uBongane futhi noMogane futhi kade bephelekezwa ke abasebenzi bezomgwaqo mhlawumbe ama traffic cop ke lapho ke ngesikhathi kade bemikisa eAlberton.
I'm listening, my lord.
Athi ngilalele.
And from there, in Alberton, they then met actually was booking 2 cells, and then having been booking 2 cells, then somebody, the police came, take him out, and took him to a gentleman who was waiting in the office.
Athi ke lapho ke ngesikhathi bekafika khona ke eAlberton bamthatha bamfaka ngaphakathi kumaseza sebambhuka ke lapho ke ngemuva ukuthi bambhuke ke lapho ke sofika bepolice elithize lamkhipha ke lapho ke ngemuva ukuthi ipolice lemkhiphe ke lapho ke lamnikisa komunye ke umnumzana uthize kade ahlezi ngaphakathi nje kolinye igumbi.
I'm following, my lord.
Athi yebo ngilalele.
And this, I suppose, was the commencement of this so-called pointing out.
Athi ngabe athi uyasho ukuthi lokho kade kuhlelo la bezoqala khona ukuhamba ukwenza lokhomba kwabo ke lapho.
I'm following, my lord.
Athi yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Now he then says, from Alberton to the place where he was instructed to point certain points, they were then escorted by TRT, by members of the TRT.
Athi lokuqhamuka lapho ke eAlberton kuze kufike kufince lindawo akade aya kuyona ke yokhomba kuyona ke mhlawumbe abatshengisa yona ke kade bephelekezwa ngamaphoyisa ababiza ukuthi iTRT.
I don't know what this TRT is. I'll have to take specific instructions from him. It only comes to my mind now to verify what this TRT is, so that I don't put something that will be deemed misleading to you. Thank you. May I approach accused? Now, Brigadier, he says, indeed, from Alberton to Foslores, where he was made to point certain points, they then got escorted by members of the TRT. When I ask him, what is this TRT? He says, these are members from the South African police, like the specialized unit, the way in which I understand him, because these were not from the Ekurhuleni Metro Police, no, or from anywhere else. He says these members, it's TRT from the South African Police Services, who then accompanied him. But he says there were other people as well. He can't just remember what was happening, but that was almost like it was a busy environment.
Athi-ke lapho ngesikhathi kade behamba beqhamuka noma besuka kwindawo yaseAlbertine behamba bese kwindawo yaseFoslorus la kade ukhomba khona-ke athi kade hamba namaphoyisa khona amaphoyisa ababiza ukuthi TRT athi abanye beqembu lezi siphoyisa amathimba lezi siphoyisa-ke lapho-ke nakazi mhlawumbe ngabasho ukuthi amaphoyisa kanjani-ke lawo-ke kepha kade kumatasatasa-ke ngesikhathi kade bemikisa lapho-ke kade khona futhi nabanye abantu angekhe asho ukuthi mhlawumbe kade abobani-ke abantu bakhona-ke labo.
I'm following, my lord.
Now, thank you, Brigadier. You may comment if you want to. Up to this point.
Yes, so, my lord, maybe I'll just go back at the beginning to say, because that was a point of contention yesterday in terms of the court. The spot where he moved to, or where it's alleged that he moved to, that is now from Foslorus, Albert. And the point of contention from my side, my lord, was that the spot that I met him in my evidence was at the police station parking. That is now the police station of the South African Police Service, which in my understanding, insofar as the version that was given to me by counsel for Mr. Sibiya, my lord, was that he moved from Tembisa using the November 3 highway, took the Foslorus off-ramp, and then drove into this municipality area where there are a number of things, and my understanding is that in there it was said that there may have been a parking for the police station. It was not clear whether it's a police station for the police or metro, but that was my understanding of the vision that was given to me. And I differed, so I'm starting there, my lord, that I differed with that connotation because that section of the municipality, the South African police station does not form part of it. If you go in there, you will never be able to access the South African police station of Foslorus. You will have to drive out, turn right, past the court, and then only get to the police station. The police station is a standalone building, so that is why I had an issue saying now. I thought he alleged that he was assaulted at a different place, contrary to where I said I met him on the 30th of May 2020. So that's my first kickoff point, my lord.
Athi-ke lapho-ke ukhumbule khona nzathi ileli phuzu leli elidala ukuthi kube khona ingxabano kwezolo ngesikhathi ade bekhuluma-ke lapho-ke ngoba kade khona kungazwani noma ukungazwisisani phakathi kwabo bobabili-ke la athizena la athi ufakazi khona-ke nabacabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe umsoluqala uthize uma ngabe ekhuluma umnumzana uSibiya-ke lapho-ke ukuthi ngesikhathi baqhamuka lapho eThembisa police station ehamba bemikisa-ke Foslorus athena-ke ufakazi bashayela-ke umgwaqo omkhulu-ke umgwaqo kathela kawayeka lapho entry ngesingisi-ke lapho-ke ngesikhathi kade behamba besiya khona-ke lapho safika kwama khona-ke lapho-ke kule ndawo ethizini la bakhuluma ngayo ukuthi thizena-ke indawo leyo-ke inamabhilidi kamasipala-ke lapho-ke bese athi ufakazi ukhumbula khona zathi uma ngabe lapha kuleya building la kamasipala-ke lelo-ke angekhe ukhone ekuthizeni ufikele kwisikhumulo samaphoyisa saseFoslorus ngoba uma ngabe ulaphayana-ke le ndawo lezi ndawo ezimbili futhi zahlukene futhi azikho ngaphansi kwesakhiwo sisodwa usuthi uma ngabe ulapho-ke ngaphansi kwamabhilidi kamasipala-ke lapho-ke kumele ushayele ngomgwaqo uhambe ngomgwaqo-ke uma ushayela ngomgwaqo uhamba ngomgwaqo-ke bese uyafika-ke lapha phambili uyajika esandleni sokudla-ke uma uqeda ujika esandleni sokudla kulahlangana khona-ke nenkantolo ekhona-ke lapho-ke Foslorus-ke uma uqeda udlula inkantolo ekhona-ke bese ushayela ngapha ngale kwenkantolo athi kula ufica khona-ke isikhumulo samaphoyisa sikhona-ke lapho-ke athi lapho-ke na-ke khona-ke parking khona-ke lapho la indawo usho ukuthi indawo evame ukuthi-ke bayisebenzisa abantu uma ngabe beshayela imoto beya ngazo lapho e-police station noma lapho-ke enkantolo kulaba bavame ukuthizeni bamise iy'moto zabo khona-ke lapho-ke athi ufakazi nakho kulawa ahlangana naye khona-ke umsola ngaphandle kwesakhiwo noma isikhumulo seziphoyisa salapha eFosforus kule ndawo lena-ke emisa-ke imoto khona-ke ngaphandle lokho.
Yes. Now, my lord, insofar as the assault, the allegation that he was assaulted there and then subsequently taken to Phosphorus where he was detained, I was not there. So I'm going to start on that part, that I was not there when he was moved from Valeria SAPS to Alberton police station. Insofar as the briefing I got, I did not get a briefing that he was taken to Phosphorus. My understanding and the report I got back from Sergeant Mukane, because he reported back to say, Colonel, at the time, I have now booked the suspect as per your directive at ACPS Alberton. I was not given a brief that at some stage they went to Phosphorus.
Athi-ke mana nodaba noma iphuzu la lelichunyile ukuthi umsolo wakhe umnumzana uSibiya washaywa khona-ke lapho-ke athi cha yena-ke ngesikhathi kade umnumzana uSibiya bemhambisa aqhamuka lapho kwisikhumulo samaphoyisa sasefileria ngesikhathi bekaqhamuka khona-ke bemhambisa bemisa ngale Alberton police station athi nakade angekho-ke lapho-ke kepha inkulumo yena-ke ayizwe iqhamuka Mukhane. Athi inkulumo awayizwe iqhamuka kuMukhane-ke kuwukuthi-ke abakaze bahambe nomnumzana uSibiya bamnikise kwisikhumulo sesiphoyisa salapha eFosforus kepha bamnikisa-ke kwisikhumulo noma ngaphansi kwesikhumulo sase-Alberton.
And furthermore, my lord, I can confirm as counsel for Mr. Sibiya says he was booked at Alberton ACPS, that indeed he was booked in the detention cells of Alberton SAPS by Sergeant Mukhane, and subsequent to that he was then booked out by Colonel Khatebe. This is now at the commencement of the pointing out. However, the prudent part in this, my lord, and that is in relation to the allegations of assault, is that nowhere when he was booked in by Mukhane does it indicate that he had injuries. He had no injuries according to the occurrence book, and we have the occurrence books of Alberton. But furthermore, when he was also booked out by, for the pointing out purposes by Colonel Khatebe, there is also no entry that suggests that he was assaulted or injured up to the time when he was even booked back from the pointing out from Colonel Khatebe. There is no entry that says he was suggested, and further to that, booked out by Sergeant Mukhane when now they took him back to Valeria. Also, there is no indication in the OB that he was assaulted. And lastly, when he was received at Valeria from Alberton, the occurrence book there does not indicate that he was assaulted or had injuries, let me put it that way also, or a complaint of that nature.
Athi-ke futhi uyathanda ukuthi ebuye futhi enze isiqiniseko ngoba isiqiniseko yebo malana nenkulumo eqhamukile nommeli-ke lapho umnumzana umnisi-ke la athi khona-ke umnumzana uSibiya kade bembhukhile ngaphansi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa sase-Alberton. Athi yebo yebo ngokweqiniso vele bambhukha-ke lapho-ke umnumzana uSibiya-ke lapho-ke ngesikhathi kade afika ngaphansi kwesikhumulo sase-Alberton. Futhi umuntu wambhukha-ke lapho-ke kade kuSergeant Mukhane-ke lapho-ke futhi ngesikhathi kade ambhukha khona-ke lapho-ke ngaphansi kwencwadi abavama ukuthi bayigcwalise-ke lapho ke bayibiza ngegama lesingisi ukuthi occurrence book ke incwadi lapho ebhala khona ke abasolo uma ngabe befika lapho ke ejele ke noma mhlawumbe kade bagcina ke lapho ke ejele ke incwadi noma kuma police holding cells ke lapho ke incwadi abavama ukuthi babhala khona ukuthi uma ngabe umuntu alimele bayabhala khona ke nesikhathi angene ngaso umuntu babhala ke lapho ke nokuthi ukhala ngani ukuthi ulimele ngani babhala phansi ke lapho ke athi futhi ngesikhathi umnumzana ke uKhatebe kafika kamkhipha ke lapho ke nakhona ke ngaphansi kwencwadi ngesikhathi umnumzana uKhatebe bekamkhipha ke lapho ke akukho labhale khona ukuthi umnumzana uSibiya kade alimele noma kade akhala ngokulimala noma kade anazo ikhalazo kade anazo ke ncamashini noma mayelana nodaba lwakhe ke lapho ke athi futhi ngesikhathi kade bemnikisa bemthatha futhi uma ngabe sekabuya ukwenza lokhomba kwakhe lokade bemhambisele khona ke lapho ke ethathwa lapho kuSergeant Mukhane akukho la kubhalwe khona ke kuthizini ke walimala ke ngesikhathi nangesikhathi futhi uSergeant Mukhane bekamthatha lapho eAlberton emnikisa embuyisela ke emuva lapho ngaphansi kwesikhumulo sesiphoyisa sasefileria athi ngaphansi kodaba lencwadi bayibiza ukuthi occurrence book akukho la kubhalwe khona-ke ukuthi umnumzana uSibiya kade alimele.
That will be my comment, my lord, at this stage.
Athi yileyo phela into angathanda ukuthi akhulume ngayo kuze kufike isikhathi samanje.
Thank you, Brigadier. So the report that you got from Mukhane was or you're saying that Mohane never spoke about them having went to force Lawrence, not so?
Uthike malana nereport oyithola kuMokhane, uMokhane akakaza akhulume ngabo ukuthi bona ke bahamba bayiphosphorus akusinjalo yini?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Do I then have to understand that the report that Mohane gave you was per the instruction that they needed to drive from Fileria police station to Alberton police station where they needed to go and detain Mr. Sibiya for the purposes of the pointing out?
Athi ke manje umeli usho ukuthi ngimalana nenkulumo owayikhuluma ke no Sergeant Mokhane ukuthi bathatheke lapho umnumzana uSibiya ke bamhambise bamnikise ngaphansi bamgcina bamnikise bese bamgcina ke ngaphansi kwesikhumulo sesiphuzo sasePhathini akusinjalo?
That is correct, my lord, but in addition to that, to say he must liaise with Colonel Khadebe, because I remember that I gave the number of Colonel Khadebe to him, and I also gave Colonel Khadebe Mokhane's contact numbers, my lord.
Athi yebo khona ke kunjalo kepha ke ukhumbule khona njalo kunala ngathi khona ke uSergeant Mokhane akaxhumane ke nomnumzana uKhadebe ke lapho ke ngembangela ukuthi ke ngabe uyena ngoba umnumzana uKhadebe kade kuye bakazoyenza umsebenzi ukuthi ahambe ke nomsolo oqala bese nomnumzana uSibiya ke bese bahambe bokhomba ke lapho futhi ngesikhathi bayakhuluma noSergeant Mokhane athi wamnika ke lapho ke inombolo zocingo zaka baba uKhadebe futhi nobaba uKhadebe wamupha ke inombolo zocingo zaka Sergeant Mokhane.
So, Brigadier, from where you're standing based on the report that you got from Mohane, is that Mohane fully complied with the instructions that you gave him?
Athi ke mina nodaba noma nenkulumo owayitshela ke lapho uSergeant Mokhane ukuthi yena ke wasala emuva inkulumo kade umtshele yona ke akusinjalo?
Yes, it is correct, my lord, and it was supported by the occurrence book. As I said, when I collected the occurrence book, I also saw, but down that was at a later stage, that indeed he did book accused number 1 at the holding cells in Alberton. So the OB, when he moved from Valeria to the time when he was booked in Alberton, it is Sergeant Mokhane who booked him in there, my lord.
Athi yebo khona ke kunjalo wayesale emuva ke inkulumo yami futhi khona ke isiqiniseko lapho ekade sikhona ke malana nodaba le occurrence book incwadi leyo ke abavuma ukuthi babhale khona ke ngaphansi uma ngabe igcina ke lapho ke iyiboshwa namaqembu abasolwa ke ngaphansi kwesikhumulo sesiphoyisa futhi nayo inaso isiqiniseko sokuthi yena ke wakwenza lokho kade ngimiyalele ukuthi akwenze.
Thank you, Brigadier. You would also recall yesterday, Brigadier, that I said I will go and have a relook into my notes and come up with something that is on record. I did that. This was in relation to who would have arranged the photographer that was utilized when the pointing out of Mr. Sibiya in the presence of Colonel Khadebe was done. I diligently did that. The proceedings of the proceedings of the 28th November 2023, 28th November 2023, which was a trial within a trial, on page number 26. This is what you told the court.
Athi ke manje umnumzana umnisi babu umnumzana brigadier ke ukuthi ke lapho ke khona kudaba izolo ade akhulumile ngalo ke kepha wathi uzobuyela kulona ke uma ngabangahamba futhi abheke kuma notes kade ashicelelwa la ngaphansi kwenkantolo ke malana nodaba lokhu ukuthi ngabe ubani kade ahlelile lapho ke umuntu kade akhona ke ethubula ke izithombe ngesikhathi lesi umnumzana uSibiya kade ahambe nobaba uKhadebe ke ngesikhathi kade umnumzana uSibiya eyokhomba ke lapho ke ehamba nobaba uKhadebe futhi athi lo daba lo ke kade sulidiki la ngaphansi kwenkantolo noma ngaphambi kusenkantolo ngelanga la nge28 ngenyanga kaNovember ngomnyaka 23 ngesikhathi kade khona icala ngaphakathi kwicala lapho ke athi lelo ikhasi lokho lapho ke lapho kwikhasi les26 lelanga la nge28 saka November ngomnyaka ka2023 athi wona ke inkulumo yakhe wayikhuluma ilokhu okulandelayo.
My Lord, now this is your testimony. Lieutenant Colonel Khadebe also was not privy to these investigations. He was never part of it before, and I've never worked with him.
Lapho ke thizena umnumzana ucolonel le Colonel Khadebe ukuthi kade angena lutho alaziyo ngecala leli futhi bangasebenzi nawo licala leli futhi wona akazi wasebenza naye ngaphambili.
My Lord, I simply provided him with the case number and also made necessary arrangements for the photographer to be present on the day of the pointing out. And furthermore, that Sergeant Mohane will be the one engaging him insofar as the movement of the accused to Alberton Police Station. And I communicated such to both of them, my Lord.
La uthizona khona kona kwenza ke inhlelo zokuthi yena ke kube uya ke ohlela ke lo hlelo lokuthi ahambe ke nomnumzana oSibiya ke bese ahambe utshengisa umnumzana oSibiya ke la kade umnumzana oSibiya bekazomkhomba khona ke bese wathi wena ke wena ke owenza ke inhlelo zokumlekelele nanoma kungani kade ayidinga ke lapho ke futhi uSergeant Mohane ke kade kuye bekazokelekelela ekuthizeni ahambise ke umsolo umnumzana oSibiya ke ekuthizeni aye lapho kade okhomba khona.
Now, you would recall yesterday that I said I don't want to go on with this if I haven't made assurances doubly sure. But this is what you said. That is at a time when then the state stood up and said and provided some evidence from the testimony of Mr. Mapakela. So I said, no, I'll bring what you said. This is just a conclusion of what I said I would do.
Athi la khona ke bakhuluma khona ke izolo ngodaba lolu ke kepha ihlangothi lethimba labashushisi bese laphakama ke lapho ke bese kwaqhamukisa kufakaza kaMnumzana Maphakela lapho ke kepha kathena ke akafuni ukukhuluma ke into angenaso isiqiniseko sayo kungakho bacilile ukuthi sihlehlise kancane ke ngokukhuluma ngodaba lolu ke kuze kufike esikhathini samanje.
Yes, my lord. I hear that, and I agree with that. When I said the necessary arrangements, as I said, I indicated to Mohane, and when I said necessary arrangements insofar as the photograph is insofar as which photograph works in that area where you'll be doing the pointing out. In other words, the area, the office, which is Jamestown. I would went insofar as keep directing him to that part, but not necessarily phoning the photographer, indicating to him to meet Colonel Khadebe where and at what time, because I did not know that knowledge. But to put place to say, this is Sergeant Mohane, you'll assist with the movement of the accused. This is the office that is responsible for taking photographs in Jamestown. You know, that I would have provided, but not actually arranging the photograph and the communication and the movement of the photographer. That I didn't do, my lord.
Athi yebo ke likhumbula kudaba lolo futhi likhumbula kahlehle ngoba yena ke khona ke la khuluma khona ke uzokwenza ke idingo ezifanele ekuthizeni alekelele ke ithimba lakhe ngesikhathi ade behamba ke bokwenza lo msebenzi ade bewenza mhlawumbe kusesha kwecala lo kade bokwenza kathi khumbula khona njalo ke napho lapho wakhuluma ekuthizeni ke abantu abavama ekuthizeni basize ke ekuthuleni ke ithombe ke kule ndawo lena ke abantu bangaphansi koofisa seJimmiston ke lapho ke kepha thina kakhumbule ukuthi wakhuluma noSergeant Mohane ukuthi lapho noma nobaba Khadebe ukuthi ke na inombolo zocingo zephotographer ke khona ke lapho ke noma na iphotographer ke khona ke lapho ukukhulumana ke nayo ke kepha thina kukhumbula kahle ukuthi lapho wakhuluma khona ke njalo nokuthi ithimba labantu abathubula ke ithombe ke ithimba leoffice lapho ke eJimmiston futhi kumele ukuthi bona bakhulumisane nalo ke yena akakhumbula ukuthi yena owahlela lo mhlangano mhlawumbe lo hlelo ekuthizini baxoxisane labantu labo ke ngodaba lwabo ukuthi bahamba njani kuphi ngesikhatsini bahlangana kuphi nendawo.
Thank you, Brigadier. Are you then suggesting, Brigadier, that Lieutenant Khadebe would not have known which office to contact for purposes of arranging a photographer that would have accompanied him to the pointing out?
athi-ke manje umele usho ukuthi yona-ke babubhakade yagininda usho ukuthi umnumzana ulieutenant colonel Radebe kade angazi ukuthi kumele axhumane neliphi-ke ihhovisi ekuthizeni lihambe naye limsizeke noma ihhovisi labantu abathubuleka iy'thombe ukuthi bahambe naye bamlekelele-ke ngesikhathi lesi bekahamba nomnumzana usibiya ayahamba ayokhomba lezo ndawo kade ayokhomba kuzona.
No, I'm not suggesting that, my lord. It is that is how we stand. So, for example, that is why even when the confession for accused one was taken by Colonel Mboto, the request to move accused one from where he was to Colonel Mboto was made to me. So in arrangements of such, it's not an unusual. In all confessions and pointing out that I participated, even myself, where I had to conduct pointing out, because I've done that, I have made such requests where I will say, what is the area that is responsible for taking photographs in that area? So you will solicit, rather request that information from the IO. Then subsequent to that, you then make your own arrangement according to availability. But there was nothing untoward with that part, my lord. And it doesn't suggest that the person may know, may not know. It's just same as a request of saying, bring the relevant person to this spot. You ask the IO. You don't say, I'll come and fetch it. You say, you bring him to this spot, and that's where you comment. Same with a photograph. You may make a request to say, give me the relevant section or office that is dealing with photographs. Thereafter, you make your own arrangements according to the time that you want to conduct the pointing out, my lord.
Athi cha into engiyikhuluma-ke leyo-ke kepha-ke ukhumbule khona ukuthi ngesikhathi lesi umnumzana usibiya kade ahamba-ke kwenza i-confession eyenziswa-ke noma eyenza ngaphansi noma eyenza phambi komnumzana-ke lapho-ke umbotho-ke lapho-ke kuwukuthi umnumzana umbotho waxhumana naye ucingweni-ke ubrigadier-ke Gininda ngoba kade kena kade ahola-ke ithimba labaseshi becala leli-ke amcela khona ukuthi abamlethele mhlawumbe abenzeke iy'nhlelo zokuthi babuletheke umnumzana usibiya-ke kubona-ke futhi athina-ke ngesikhathi kusenzeka lokho-ke yena bakhuluma ucingweni ngesikhathi kade bekhuluma-ke noma bexoxisana ngesikhathi leso-ke kulawo khona-ke wabuza ukuthi ngabe yiliphi-ke ihhovisi elihamba phambili noma ihhovisi ekusube-ke kulona evame ukuthi lenza umsebenzi ukuthi bathatha iy'thombe-ke lapho-ke athi ngemuva kwalokho-ke usho ukuthi yena-ke wamtshela ukuthi ihhovisi leli-ke bese-ke ngemuva kwalokho-ke usho ukuthi umuntu loyo-ke kusuke ehambisana nomsolo noma ehamba nomsolo-ke ekuthizeni lenze kudaba lalo-ke uyena-ke uzihambela phambili bese enzeke iy'nhlelo zokuthi uhlangana njani-ke nethimba leli labantu abathatha iy'thombe-ke lapho.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, I said I'll come back to the issue of Lieutenant Colonel Mboto or Colonel Mboto as well. Now, just love to extract what Colonel Mboto told to this court. On the 13th of October 2023, those are the proceedings.
Yes, my lord.
On page 66, this is what he told to this court while being cross-examined by Mr. Ramusipili. He says to the court, okay, Mr. Ramusipili, ask him. Indeed so, my lord. Colonel, when Brigadier at the time Gininda asked you to assist with the taking down statement, was it for the first time that you have had such a request from him? Then Mboto says, specific for him to take a call and call me, it was the first time. Did you know him as a person before Gininda? The answer from Mboto is, I knew him as a police officer. Close.
Athi-ke lapho khona-ke inkulumo lapho uLieutenant Colonel Mboto wayekhuluma-ke la ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo-ke ngelanga lange-13 zaka-October ngomnyaka ka-2023 lapho-ke ngaphansi kwekhasi le-66 lapho-ke ngesikhathi ade kubuza imibuzo lapho umnumzana uRamusipili ekuthizeni yena-ke ngabe mhlawumbe kade koqala-ke ukukhuluma nawe-ke bese thina mayelana nocingo ade aqala ukukhuluma nawe futhi beyaqala ukukhuluma nawe ngecala leli-ke kepha bambuza futhi ukuthi ngabe kade akwazi yini athi yebo kade akwazi njengomunye ozakwabo usuthi njengomunye osebenza ngaphansi kwesiphoyisa.
It's what I said, my lord. I did say that I know him as well. I indicated that the first time I knew him, I think he was a branch commander in Cleveland. So he is saying that I knew him as a police officer. I'm not so sure whether I should comment to something else, my lord.
athi yebo naye ufakazi lokho wakhulumile ukuthi nekade amazi ke futhi ngesikhathi beqala kumazi wamazi njenge branch commander elapho ke Cleveland uthi mazi njengomuntu osesiphoyiseni.
Thank you, Brigadier. I note that you not commenting about him saying that never worked with you before.
Athi ke lapho ukuthi yena akazi wasebenza nawe ngaphambilini.
No. But that's why I said I agree with him, my lord. It's what I've said. I've never worked with him before. That is the position. I've never worked with him as well. I agree with him, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo ngiyahambisana ke nawe nama ngikaze ngasebenza naye ngaphambili.
Thank you. And indeed, on the 22nd of January 2024, on page 49, you are confirming exactly what you're just saying now, why it's been cross-examined by Mr. Mgomezulu. Mgomezulu put it to you as follows, and you said you did not know Colonel Mboto. Am I correct? And your answer to that question was, no, I said I've never worked with him, and he was not privy to the investigation.
Khona ke la ilanga kade ubuza imibuzo ke osele ke akwashona ke lapho kumnumzana uMngomezulu ngesikhathi akubuza ukubuza ukuthi ngabe uthize ngabe awumazi yini ke lapho kumnumzana uColonel Lieutenant Colonel Mboto ke izothi na cha uyamazi kepha awukazi wasebenza naye ngaphambili.
Indeed, my lord, that is correct. The only person that I recall that I've said, and that is the position that I did not know, was Colonel Rapadu. That was the first time I spoke to him when he assisted me, and it was the first time I met him when I fetched the confession from him. But insofar as Mboto, that has been my position, my lord.
Athi yebo khona ke kunjalo kepha ke kunomunye umuntu othize lapho ke uColonel Rapadu uyena kade ngamazi futhi yena ngabaqala ukumbona ngelanga leli kade ehamba eyakena ke uthatha iphepha le confession kena ke athi beqala ukumbona futhi beqala bayaqala nqa ukusebenza nake ngesikhathi leso ke kepha ke akufani nodaba la kwamnumzana uLieutenant Colonel Mboto.
Now, thank you, Brigadier. With that in mind, let us proceed to the next phase of that issue. Now, Brigadier, is it correct that in the course and scope of your duties, you also did some cases that were reported around Meadowlands and Cleveland around 2014?
Athi ngabe kuqiniso yini kizolosela senza ngaphansi kwamacala aseMeadowlands futhi eCleveland ngesikhathi phakathi komnyaka ka2014?
If I can get specific in terms of the case numbers, my lord, because I did a lot of cases.
Athi nakuma ngathola ke ama case number ke lapho ke uqondile ngoba maningi amacala asasebenze kuwona ke.
Thank you. Now, I'm not so sure whether you remember Meadowlands case 26712 of 2013.
267 of 20?
267 of 12 of 2013.
Athi akazi yini ukuthi ngabe sakhuluma incala lapho ke Meadowlands le case number 267/12/2013.
Yes, I do recall that case, my lord.
Athi yebo ngiyakhumula icala lelo.
We will not get into the merits of the case.
Athi ngeke siqiniza ngokujulile ke icala lelo ke.
Thank you.
Understood, my lord.
Is it correct, therefore, Brigadier, that in the course and scope of your investigation of that case, one of the accused in that case, I don't want to use the term volunteered because I don't know what happened, but one before I arrived there. Do you agree that you're an investigating officer there?
No, no, it was not a single case, my lord. That case came as a result of the multidisciplinary tax team that was assembled by then General Biyaga, who was the national commissioner.
bathi ngabe uyavuma yini ukuthi kade ukwena kumholi wethimba labaseshi kucalelo kathina cha akavumi lokho ke ngoba kade khona ke lapho kade khona ke kade kusenza khona ukuthi zeni noma mhlawumbe disciplinary hearing futhi ke indlela ukuthi abasebenzi beziphoyisa beqoqe khona ke lo disciplinary hearing kade yenziwa lapho ke wangasele ke wayeka lesiphoyiseni umnomzana oRia Pierre.
I was part of the investigators, my lord.
Athi kade komunye wethimba labaseshi becala lelo ke.
Thank you. Now, being part of the team of investigators, is it correct that in the course and scope of the investigation of the team, one of the accused persons in that case, whose name is really not necessary for these proceedings, ended up making a confession before Colonel Mboto?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi lapho ke omunye ke wabasola kucala lelo ke lapho ke Middlelands le case 267/12/2013 ukuthi ke wenza ke confession ke lapho ke yenza komunye ke umnomzana lapho kuMbotho athi yebo kunjalo,
And that was in 2014 or so.
kade kumnyaka 2014 akusenjalo.
I can't be certain, my lord, but it could be around that time, 2014, 2015. It is possible, my lord. I just don't have the correct date, but it's not far. If it's not 2014, then it's not far from there, my lord.
Athi akanaso isiqiniseko sokuthi kade kuwumuphi ke unyaka lapho ke phakathi komnyaka 2014 futhi unyaka 2015.
Thank you. Now, the confession that, just a second. The confession that Colonel Mboto took from the accused was on the 5th of June 2020. No. Was on the 30th of May 2020, not so? 2020.
Athi lapho confession yakhe ayithatha kumnumzana uMbotho kade kuyilanga la nge-30 zakaMay ngonyaka 2020.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
And this is almost 7 or 6 years after you had worked with Mboto in another case where Mboto took a confession where you were also the investigating officer, not so?
Wathathe kungemuva komnyaka eyisithupha noma iminyaka esikhombisa ke ngemuva thina usebenzela umnumzana kuMbotho ke kulinye ke icala laqala ngonyaka 2013 akusenjalo.
No, that's not so. That's not accurate. Firstly, my lord, I did not work with Colonel Mboto. That is the position then, and is still the position up to the time he retired. That's the first part.
Athi cha naye akaze asebenzeke nomnumzana Colonel Mboto ke eqaleni futhi uzofika esikhathi sokuthena akathathe komhlala phansi wakhe ke.
And secondly, as I've said, it was the multidisciplinary task team that was coordinated by the National Commissioner. It consisted of the Deputy National Commissioners, Generals and Brigadiers, and Crime Intelligence. I was just one of the investigators. That confession, my lord, came as a result of an arrangement that was made by the late General Ndlovu. He was part of the provincial office, and he is the one that made contact with Colonel Mboto.
Athi ke lapho ke lokho kwenzeka ngemuva kokuthi ade khona okungephathi kahle ke ngaphansi kwabantu bezesiphoyisa ke lapho ke sokuthi multidisciplinary lapho ke athi khona ke athi futhi ithimba lakade lahola ke ngosele kangasekho lapho ulate General Ndlovu ke lapho ke futhi nabanye bezesiphoyisa kade besebenza lapho ke njengethimba futhi amanye amaphoyisa amaningi ke lapho ke nabo Major General nabo General ke lapho ke kade besebenza ngokuthi kade kuyithimba noma kade basebenza njengethimba ngesikhathi besebenza ke kwicala lelo kathina ke kulawa bizwa khona ke thizena keza angenelele noma athukulekelela ke lapho ke licala lelo noma session icala lelo.
Thank you, Brigadier, for that explanation. Now, Brigadier, you would also recall that I said that I will come back to the statements. I'll come back to the statements that were to the affidavits that were that you had to go and that you actually went and organized arrange from the people who you received the certain warning statements from, those ZZ1 up to ZZ5 statements. Do you still remember?
I do recall, my lord.
Thank you.
athi khona kudaba la kade sikhulumile ngalo ngathi sibuye kulona ke udaba lama affidavit ukuthi inkulumo ebhaliwe ngaphansi kwesifungo ke mayelana nodaba lama statement athi wacelile ke kuyikhumula zamaphoyisa akhe ezahlukene ngabe sakhumbula yini lokho athi ufakazi yebo ngisakhumbula.
Now there's one statement that I would read and put the content thereof into the records.
athi khona ke statement esisodwa la ngathana ukuthi asifundeke lapho ke sabuya ukukhuluma ke ngaso ke la ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo.
Actually, it's an affidavit.
athi lapho inkulumo kade ebhaliwe ke ibhalwa ngaphansi kwesifungo should affidavit ngolimi lesingisi.
I'm listening, my lord.
Now, I'm not so sure. I think it's an affidavit that accompanies that document that came from Graf Reinet and most probably from the Gamma scope.
athi affidavit iqhamuka lapho ke kwisikhumulo sesiphoyisa saseGrafrenet ekuphelekezwa statement sase the Gamma scope.
Yeah, it's written in very fine print. I will, however, try the best that I can to go through it. I will not put the name of the deponent. He's our colleague. Specifically, he's my former colleague when I was still in the government. So, out of respect for him and his integrity as such, I will not put his particulars on record. I will start on paragraph number 2. I'm just not so sure whether you've got the statement with you.
Yeah, perhaps if.
I'm not so sure whether you've got a copy of that statement.
No. Just.
Thank you.
You can give it to him. I don't have just got it. Do you have- No. Tell you what, tell her to return it.
The witness does not have a copy. Sex statement.
Thank you.
What? Until it's 17 minutes past 11. Can you adjourn until 12:30? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Brigadier. As I was saying, I will just refer this court to, I'll read it to record, the part that would later on form part of my argument. This has already been admitted as Exhibit ZZ3A.
I'm following, my lord.
Yes. This is the part that I would want to read into record, that I will come and argue later on it. It starts on paragraph 3, and it reads thus. I am a group leader at Graf Reinet Detective Unit, and as such oversee all the daily tasks and duties of the detectives under my command. Should I continue, Mr. Interpreter?
Manje ke kade khuma khona ke lapho ke ummeli athi mara nodaba lolu ke le statement noma inkulumo ebhaliwe ngaphansi kwesifungo eqhamuka lapho eGraf Reinet angachazile athi ngeke achaza alisho ke igama lomuntu obhalile lenkulumo lena ke ngoba sela usebenza naye futhi emhlonipha kakhulu ke kepha thuma oyicaphula lapho ke ku paragraph 3 lapho noma ku paragraph 3 ke lapho ke lefundeka ngale ndlela elandelayo ke athena ke umholi wethimba lapho eGraf Reinet labaseshi bamacala ke noma ngaphansi kuma detective unit lapho ke futhi athena ke obhekele amacala amaningi noma mhlawumbe usebenza noma umsebenzi ebavama ukuthi wathole enjalo emalangeni futhi wasebenza ngaphansi kwenkulumo yakhe.
Now, one of my duties is to ensure continuity and ensure that dockets sent to court are done so in a proper and legal manner.
Athi lapho umunye komsebenzi wakhe wenzalo njalo ngamalanga kuukuthi enze isiqiniseko ukuthi amadocket bawathumela ke enkantolo futhi uma bewathumela enkantolo wathumela ngendlela eqondile futhi ngokusemthethweni.
This includes ensuring that documents
No, what's the status of this? Is it an affidavit? What is the status of it? Because I'm told by you that you don't want to disclose who deposed to the affidavit.
my
Are you
lord,
saying this court must accept an affidavit which is nameless? What is the status? I want to know.
it has already been handed in as an exhibit.
No, it has not been read.
Yes. Now I'm reading it under
Yeah,
cross-examination.
but you must read the proper affidavit.
This is an affidavit, man.
You must mention the name of the man.
As it please the court.
My name
I'll-
is
I'll do so.
the chairman of what.
I'll do so, my lord. Because I assume that by virtue of the fact that it is already part of the record, the information that I'm omitting is also automatically part of the record. But nonetheless, I'll
It was
start from
never
the
read, that
beginning.
thing, please. Can't be part of the record. It was never read. Mr. Baloi, was that affidavit read?
No, the affidavits were just handed up.
That's it.
I'll start from the beginning, my lord. It says, Harold Stephanus Kruger declares under oath in English that I'm an adult male born 1973 0716 with identity number 7107 165 255080 and resides at 14 Lobsher Street, Graf Reinet, with cell phone number 073 508 8049. I am employed as a detective warrant officer at Graf Reinet, South African Police Services Detective Branch, Oval Drive, Graf Reinet with telephone number 043 807 6454 and personal number 046 904 5 stroke -1.
La khona ke inkulumo lapho ibhaliwe ke bhala ko Harold Stephenis Kruger ebhala ngelimi lesingisi ke bhala ngaphansi kwesifungeko yasho thina ke umuntu wesilisa ke omdala ke bambeletha ngelanga la nge-16 ngenyanga esikhombisa ke ngomnyaka 1973 futhi bhala ke imininingwane yakamazisi wakhe noma inombolo zakamazisi wakhe lapho ukuthi 7107 16575508 0 athi ngihlala ke na enumber 14 Lubach Street lapho ke Graf Reinet 14 inombolo zocingo lakho ezibhaliwe lapho ke kuthi 0735088049 futhi uyasho khona njalo ukuthi nosebenza njenge detective warrant officer ngaphansi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa sase Graf Reinet lapho ke athi usebenza ngaphansi kwe detective branch yase Oval Drive lapho eGraf Reinet futhi zikhona ke inombolo zocingo lakho ezibhaliwe ke lapho ke futhi nenombolo zokusebenza kwakhe ke usho ukuthi personal number ke ngesingisi.
Now, paragraph 2, he says, save where the converse appears from the context, the facts contained in this affidavit fall either within my personal knowledge and are to the better of my belief both accurate and true, and that I will be liable for prosecution if any fact contained herein is to my knowledge and or belief false and inaccurate.
Article konke lokho kubhaliwe la ngaphakathi kwale nkulumo la siqhamuka kena ke futhi yasho khona ukuthi malana nodaba olubhaliwe noma qhukethiwe kula affidavit loluke liqhamuka kulwazi lwakhe ke futhi yasho khona ukuthi nanoma yena ngaphansi kwesimo singcono sokuthi yakholwe nokuthi konke kubhaliwe ngalana kwiqiniso lonkana futhi ngabe ukukhulumeka amanga akhe sokuthi lapho yena ngathi angashushiswa noma athi icala ke lapho ke futhi yasho ukuthi mangabe nikeze imininingwane engaqondile lapho ke nakhona angashushiswa.
Thank you. Paragraph 3. I'm a group leader at Graf Reinet Detective Unit and as such oversee all the daily tasks and duties of the detectives under my command.
Athi lapho ke uyena ke umholi wethimba ke lapha eGraf Reinet labasithi bamacala ke lapho ke athi umsebenzi wakhe wenza njalo emalangeni ukuthi iziqiniseko sokuthi lapho ke amadocument abawunikisa lapho enkantolo ukuthi ngendlela elungile ke esemthethweni.
One of my duties is to ensure continuity and ensure that dockets sent to court are done so in a proper and legal manner.
Athi omunye komsebenzi wakhe ukuthi enze isiqiniseko sokuthi ngaphambi ukuthi amadocument ahambe kwamikisa enkantolo ke ukuthi bawahambisa ngendlela eqondile futhi nangohlelo olulungile futhi ngendlela yakhe esemthethweni.
This includes ensuring that documents we use are approved by the South African Police Service Management as well as are acceptable to the members of the Justice Department.
Athi ke lapho enye into enza isiqiniseko sakho ukuthi amadocument ke lana ngaphambi ukuthi bawahambise ke lapho ke bayawa-approve lapho ke mhlawumbe bawavuma lapho ke ngaphansi kwe-subs management ke lapho ke nokuthi futhi amukelekile kuma ngabe fika kuma members we-justice noma mhlawumbe kozobulungiswa ke.
We are presently using an adapted warning statement and it is widely accepted in our district.
Athi lapho basebenzisa ke wona ke warning statement ukuthi bayenze ushintsho la mhlawumbe bayenze bathi bayi-adapta ke ngesingisi ke lapho ke futhi athi bayivumile ke ngaphansi kwesigodi sabo noma ngaphansi kwendawo abasebenza kuyona.
Paragraph 4, it reads, the advocate of our regional court at the time of introducing the updated warning statement, Mr. D. Bierkes or Backers, had approached us with concerns regarding shortcomings in the warning statements we were using.
Athi lapho ke umshushisi okhona ke lapho mhlawumbe advocate okhona ke ngaphansi kwenkantolo yase-regional ke lapho ke athi yena ngesikhathi kade bekhuluma be-introduce mhlawumbe beveza ke i-warning statement ade beyenzile ke lapho ke athi umnumzana uD Becker ke lapho ke uyena ke wahamba ayakubona ke mayelana nezikhalazo ade zikhona ke mayelana nodaba lokuthi kade khona ke ingqinamba ekade ziqhamuka mayelana nodaba lama-warning statement kade bewenzana kade bewasebenzisa ke esikhathini esindlule.
He stated that it did not conform to Section 35 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa,
washo ke lapho ukuthi yena ke lokhu kade kungekho ke mhlawumbe noma kade engasenzisi kade ngekho isiqiniseko salokhu ngaphansi kozomthetho ke umthetho ka Section 35 owela ngaphansi kwele kuzamalungelo alana ke eNingizimu Afrika.
A short while later, we received the present warning statement from his office, and in conjunction with myself, we managed to compress the contents into the present 3-page document, which encompasses all the requests of the court.
Athi ke ngemuva nje kwesikhathi esincane ke bona bathola lokhu ngesikhathi othola lolu hlelo lo statement ke lapho ke office labo ke lapho ke bona bese basijwayeza lokhu ke futhi nabanye bekhona ke ngaphansi kwethimba lakhe ke ekuthize basebenze ngaloko futhi lwela ngaphansi kwalamakhasi amathathu ade bawatholile.
Each police station had previously used a standard warning statement which was in both English and Afrikaans, but this one did not conform, so we discontinued the use of that one and opted for the new revised one, which is presented only in English as per national instruction.
Athi ke lapho ke bona ke baqhuba noma isikhumulo sesiphoyisa ngasinye ke lapho kade sikhona ke ngesikhathi esindluleke baqhuba basebenzisa lapho ke i-standard warning statement lapho ke ngesikhathi noma kade sibhaliwe ke ngolimi lesingisi futhi ngolimi lwesibhunu lolu le-Afrikaans ke lapho ke athi khona kade bengaqhubi lokuphansi kwalo daba lolusha ke kade qhamukile ke kubona ke futhi bona baqhubeka basebenzisa ke lela kade beyitholile ke warning statement kuphela kade bhalwe ngolimi lesingisi ke ngoba kade qhamuka lapho ke national ngonoma qhamuka ngemuva kwama-national instructions.
Attached, find a copy of the warning statement currently being used at Graaf Reinet South African Police Services.
Athi ke thola i-copy ke le warning statement kade ifakiwe qhamuka lapho ke Graaf Reinet subs.
And it is indeed attached as an annexure to this affidavit. And then paragraph 4, he says, I know and understand the contents of the above statement. I have no objection to taking the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience, so help me God. There's a signature there, and there is also the Commissioner's Office's stamp and date there. I may read it for the sake of completeness. It reads as thus: I hereby certify that the deponent has acknowledged that he knows and understands the contents of this declaration, which was sworn to before me, and the deponent's signature was placed thereon in my presence at Graaf Reinet on this 21st day of January 2025 at 14 hours 35 minutes. There's the Commissioner of Oath there. Unfortunately, I can't see the name. It's a name that was fixed on the affidavit on a stamp. It's very faint, but it's at Graaf Reinet Detective Branch Oval Office. Thank you.
Lapho ngaphansi paragraph 4 kulaka athathe khona ke isifungo futhi asho ukuthi akana inkinga uthathe isifungo ke lapho ke futhi akuvuma ukuthi konke lokubhalwa la kuqhamuka kuyena ke emcabangweni wakhe futhi iyayigoma ukuthi uthathe isifungo lapho ke bese ngenzansi lapho ke la wasayina ke lapho ke bese ke move uthi asayine ke lapho kwakho khona ke commission of oath nayo ke yona esayinile ke lapho ke yase Graaf Reinet Detective Branch Oval Drive.
Thank you, Brigadier. As I've said, I just wanted to read this into record so that I come and argue heavily on it later on.
I've noted my note.
Thank you, Brigadier. May I request, my lord, an indulgence from Mr. Sibia? I think we're just about to conclude our cross-examination. I'll be coming back from this. Thank you, my Lord. Brigadier, indeed, that will conclude my cross-examination on behalf of accused number 1, as it has been pending for some time. However, it is on the rider that there is still some information that we requested relating to the AVL of the motor vehicles, whose response we have not yet received. We're looking forward to receiving that information, but thank you for now.
Athiko uyabonga ke ummeli futhi kade qedela ukuthi akubuzeke imibuzo emalana nomnumzana kosibiyaka lapho ke ukuthi kunodaba ke kade belicelile ke lo le no mudaba lokushicela kwemoto kusho ukuthi AVL records imoto ade zikhona ke kulecala leli ke futhi athi basakathuli ke imininingwane leyo ke becelile.
And over and above that, Brigadier, we probably will be waiting to hear the arrangements that have been made for the court to visit, to have an inspection in loco on that disputed area where allegedly Mr. Sibiya was taken to and assaulted. Thank you.
Ati futhi kokwesibili ukuthi basamile uthothole ke inhlelo ukuthi zihamba kanjani kubana nodaba lolu ke la umnumzana osibiya kade athena washaya khona ke ethizeni abe uhlelo lolo solenza nini ukuthi ethizeni inkantolo ihambe iyobheka ke indawo leyo.
Thank you, my lord. That concludes my cross-examination.
Any re-examination, please?
As a court, please, my lord. Brigadier Gininda, if we can start with the entries on your 2020 diary for the 30th and 31st of May 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Advocate Nisi asked you, I think it was on the 2nd and the 3rd of June, about the entries of your diary on those specific dates, the 30th and the 31st of May 2020. And he asked you to read certain portions of your entries on the 30th of May into the record.
I do recall, my lord, that's correct.
Manje ke isikhathi sokuthi ithimba labashushisi noma mhlawumbe umshushisi abuye futhi abuze ke imibuzo ke ufakazi manje uyasho ukuthi yena lapho ke ucela ufakazi ukuthi abheke ke lapho ke diary yakhe ama entry khona ke nelanga la nge-30 zaka May futhi nelanga la nge-31 zaka May ngomnyaka 2020 la dabuza khona ke imibuzo ke abameli.
And you testify that you made these entries as the events unfolded. In other words, those were contemporaneous notes.
That
is correct, my lord.
Then Advocate Nisi also cross-examined you on the events of 5 June 2020 regarding the pointings out.
Bese ke umnumzana kumnisa ubuya kubuza ke imibuzo ke ngelanga la nge-5 malana nodaba lwelanga la nge-5 zaka June ke la zaka June ngomnyaka 2020 la kade kukhonjwa khona ke.
That is correct also, my lord.
You testify that you also documented the events of the 5th of June 2020.
futhi wakhuluma watsho khona nje wayebhala ke zonke ke igameko zenzeka mhlawumbe izinto zenzeka ngelanga lenge-5 zakaJune ngomnyaka 2020.
That is correct. Insofar as the arrangements with Colonel Hadebe, my lord, for the pointing out, and Sergeant Mohane.
Athi yebo ke kunjalo wabhala phansi konke kade kukhona noma kade kuxhumana kwabo ke phakathi komnumzana uColonel Hadebe futhi no Sergeant Mohane.
Now, just to give proper context to your entries, can you please just place on record all the entries that you made on this date, starting with the 30th of May, 31st of May, and 6th of June. My lord, this extract of the diary has not yet been handed up as exhibit. It was extensively referred to. We'll just
Yeah.
well, we just check in the last exhibit number. That will just make it double Z. Yes, if you can just go ahead and read it in the record.
All right, my
Bacela
lord.
ufakazi asifundele ukuthi ngabe mhlambe yini awayibhala ke ngelanga lange-30 langa lange-31 zaka-30 ne-31 zakaMeyi ngomnyaka 2020 futhi nangelanga lange-5 zakaMeyi ngomnyaka 2020.
30th May, my lord, it says duty on Phosphorus case 636 of 10/2014, and then it says at 1400, so 1410, it says got a report from Captain Yende and Mokula that suspect Muzi Sibiya has been arrested for the case of drug dealing and possession of unlicensed ammunition. I went to interview. No, let me read it. Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll read that. Yes. I went to interview the suspect at Phosphorus around 1900 hours. The suspect implicated himself in the case after he was warned according to his rights. Colonel Mboto, on number 082-778-7901 is requested to assist with the confession. He agreed. Says suspect must be brought to deproof ACPS 30 May, and that is in bracket, my lord, 30 May 2020. Then it says at 0010, 100 hours, this is now the morning of the 31st, my lord. Colonel Mboto say he is done and that I should come get the confession from him directly. Then it says 0130, duty off. That is the intro of the 30th, my lord.
Athi-ke lapho kubrigadier ngelanga lange-30 lokakubhalile mana lokho akubhalile kuwukuthi-ke lapho kade asemsebenzini-ke ngelanga lelo-ke mayelana Phosphorus case lapho 636/10/2020 athi isikhathi esibhaliwe lapho-ke shuthi imizuzu eyishumi ngemuva kwehora lesibili-ke emini-ke lapho-ke athi nathola-ke lapho uxhumane kade qhamuka phakathi. My apologies, my lord. This handwriting.
Yeah, Mkhula.
Athi kade khona-ke uxhumana phakathi komkoko yeke futhi nomurhulakhe lapho mayelana nodaba lakwamsolakhe umuzi Sibiya owaboshwa-ke ngemuva kokuthina kade ayiphethe-ke idakamizwa futhi nesibhamu-ke nakhe futhi ney'nhlamvu lapho nelicala lapho-ke ethembisa-ke athi la kuyena-ke wakutshelwa lapho-ke bese ngemuva kwalokho-ke na waqhamuka waya lapho-ke malana ngesikhathi lapho-ke bese bakhuluma khona njalo-ke ngecala lapho-ke Phosphorus-ke lapho-ke athi kade kuyisikhathi sesikhombisa-ke ntambama-ke lapho-ke la khona komsola washo khona wabatshela yena ukuthi nako unesandla mhlawumbe yabandakanyeka kwicala leli kade lisenzekile khona-ke lapho-ke futhi wabuya washo njalo-ke ukuthi yena, my apologies my lord, once more.
He was warned according to his rights.
Futhi lapho-ke base bamxwayisa-ke malana nodaba lwamalungelo akhe-ke ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokhu-ke kade kusenzeka phakathi kwakhe nomnumzana uColonel Mboto-ke lapho-ke ngelanga leli. No.
He was warned according to his rights by me. Then Colonel Mboto on this number was requested.
athi uyena kwamxwayisa ke isilungiso ke lapho ke xolisa athi uyena ke wamxwayisa futhi wamtshela amalungelo akhe ke bese apho umnumzana khona Mbotho usaqhumana ke kule nombolo ezingaphezulu ezibhaliwe ke lapho zocingo lwakhe ke lapho ke futhi emva kwalokho bese kwenzeka lokho okwenzeka ke lapho ke mayelana nomsola ke ngesikhathi ade kusenzeka lokho ke bese benza uhlelo lokuthi abahlangane naye ke umnumzana khona Mbotho mayicala leli ke ade aqhamukela ngalo ke ngelanga lange-30 zakaMeyi ngomnyaka ka-2020 futhi isikhathi esibhaliwe lapho ke u-01:30 elangade aphuma ke emsebenzini.
Then, my lord, the entry of the 31st, it says 11:30 duty on, then it says as 12 departure to Ayrton, then it says 19:55 interview a witch doctor that is suspected of cleansing the killers of Senzo Meyiwa. Should I stop?
My apologies, my lord, I'm just asking the brigadier again to read paragraph by paragraph because I can't see his handwriting.
Yeah.
Athi ke lapho ke entry ebhaliwe ke ngelanga lange-31 zakaMeyi ngomnyaka ka-2020 kukuthi ngemizuzu ewu-30 ngemuva kwehora laka-11 lapho ke asemsebenzini ke lapho ke bese ngehora laka-12 nake wahamba khona njalo ke bese ngesikhathi saka-19:55 ntambama wahamba wahlangana ke khona ke nesangoma ke lapho ke isangoma esageza ke abasola mhlawumbe igebengu ade zibandakanya ke lecala leli.
The witch doctor by the name of Lionel Zwane confirmed that indeed he was approached by some boys of the Buthelezi surname together with the one that was shown to him.
Athi ke lapho ke empeleni isangoma lesi ke sayenza isiqiniseko sokuthi ke salandwa ke abantu bemndeni okwaButhelezi ke futhi behamba nomunye wesilisa ke kade bemtshengise yena ke ngesikhathi ade befika befuna ukugezwa la kuye.
He said they requested that a cleansing to be done. Thereafter, they came
For a job to be done.
for the job to be done. My apologies. Yes.
Athi waqala igama lesangoma ke lapho uLion Zwane ke lapho kwaqala ukuthi yayibona ke beze bazogeza ke lapho nokuthi umsebenzi uqedwe ukugezwa kwabo.
Thereafter, they came to. My apologies. I'm missing my handwriting, my lord. They came to. To say that they killed Senzo. He could identify Moses Sibiya as
To
one
tell
of
him, is it not to tell him? They came to tell him.
wait no, my lord, let me just go back. Yes, thereafter they came to tell him that they killed Senzo. He could identify Moses Sibiya as one of the people who came to him. Statement taken by Colonel Motlame, DPCI on 1 June 2020, and then it says 01:30 duty off.
Athi ke lapho ke bafika ke kuyena bese bamtshela ukuthi uyena wabona ke ababulala ke lapho ko Senzo Meyiwa ke bese athi oyedwa wabo ke yena ke wamchaza ngokuthi noma wamazi ukuthi umuzi Sibiya ke futhi athi ibona abantu laba ibona abafika ke lapho ke bekuyena beyogeza ke lapho ke futhi i-statement lesathathwa ke lapho ke umutlame ke Colonel Mutlame walapho ke DPCI ngelanga lokuqala ngenyanga kaJune ngomnyaka ka-2020 isikhathi ngo-01:30 enakade aphuma ke emsebenzini.
Should I move to
There's a
the
signature there at the bottom. His signature is there.
Bathi khona ke umuntu osayindile lapho enzansi ubona wade sayinda ke lapho enzansi.
That is my signature, my lord. At the time I was a colonel.
Athi ko brigadier uyena kade sayina ke lapho ke futhi ngesikhathi leso kade ku-colonel.
Yes.
Should I to what
5
day?
June.
5 June. Okay. Then it says duty on, my lord, at 7:30. Then it says morning meeting at NATCOM. This is now the morning meeting at NATCOM office, Pretoria. Then it says the next entry. Okay.
Athi lapho ke ngelanga le-5 zakaJune ngonyaka ka-2020 kade maqeda kushaya imizuzu-30 ngemuva kwehora lesikhombisa kusasa kade esemsebenzini athi khona komhlangano kade ukhona lapho kumahhovisi asePretoria eNatcom.
Then it says inform Sergeant Mohane to take suspect Moses Sibiya to Alberton SAPS for
Athi
a
lapho-
pointing out.
Lapho kwatshela uSergeant Mohane ukuthi athathe umuzi Sibiya amahambise Alberton ekuthizeni zohamba ukwenza lokukhomba kwakhe ade ukukhomba khona-ke
Where he'll be contacted by Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe on on phosphorus case 636 of 10/2014.
La kade khona kohlelo lokuzokwenziwa ke lapho ke umnumzana uLieutenant Colonel Khadebe emalana icala lase phosphorus le case 636/10/2014.
Sergeant Mokhane is requested to book the suspect into the holding cells of Alberton ACPS as the Lieutenant Colonel will make his own arrangement to book him out.
La khona ke uSergeant Mokhane bamcela kuthizeni ngafike ke amfake khona ke sambhuke in lapho ke umnumzana uSibiya ke uma befika lapho ke ngaphansi kwesikhumulo samaphoyisa saseAlbertine bese ke lapho ke uLieutenant Colonel Khadebe yena bazofika ke amkhiphe noma ambhuke out khona ke.
Sergeant Mokhane was informed on the 4th of June 2020.
uSergeant Mokhane bamtshela lokhu ngelanga la nge4 zaka June ngomnyaka 2020.
Then the next entry says attendant complains with Captain Casey and in Pamhlanga area.
Lapho ke wena bahamba baya kunya amacala ke lapho ke no Sergeant KC lapho ke bayahamba baya khona ke kwaMhlanga.
Then reported to NATCOM and then says I met a source or informer in the level of corruption and influence. Yeah. I think can I leave? Yeah, can I just leave this because it's a bit sensitive, my lord. But I made an informer regarding some high-level investigations in certain departments.
Athi lapho ke modaba lo angathana ukuthi angalikhulumi la ngaphambi ukuthi inkanto bayicala leli elinobungozi futhi elinobuzaza khona ke lapho ke la bazokhuluma khona ukuthi wahlangana khona ke nempimpi ukuthi informer wahlangana nayo ke lapho ke.
There's also a signature there.
That is correct. That is correct, my lord. That is also my signature at the bottom.
Bathi khona umuntu osayindile lapho ngabe ubani osayindile lapho kathi uyena kade asayinda khona ke.
Advocate Nisi also touched on the events of the 6th of June. Did you also make entries, or did you cause entries to be made regarding the events of the 6th of June 2020?
Yes, my lord. I caused entries to be made on the 6th of June. It was written by one of my colleagues, my lord.
Bathi khona ke la umnumzana umnisi bakhuluma khona ke mala udaba lo elanga la ngesithupha ngomnyaka kaJune ngomnyaka 2020 abekhona okubhalile yini athuphe kade yagininda yebo khona ngikubhalile ebade kubhala omunye oza kwabo.
Who made the entry?
It's Sergeant Mokhula, my lord.
Bathi ubani obhalile lapha uSergeant Mokhula.
After the entries were made, did you have a look at them?
Yes, indeed I did, my lord.
Bathi ngemuva ukuthi kubhaliwe ke lapho ngemuva ukuthi kubhaliwe ke lapho ngabe wafunda yini athi yebo ngafunda.
And what was your view of the entries?
Ngabe bona njani ke lo mbhalo mhlawumbe lokho kubhaliwe lapho ke?
They are correct, my lord. They are specific and correct, my lord.
Athi ziqondile futhi share esikhonkosini.
Yes, you can place that on record.
So it says 0730, it says duty on, my lord. And then at 11, it says departure to Ulundi, KwaZulu-Natal for investigation as per Tembisa case 217 of 3/2019 and Tembisa South 01/06/2020.
Lapho ke ibhala khona ukuthi lapho ke 7:30 ade bengena ke emsebenzini ke bese lapho ke emini bese bahamba ke baya lapho uLundi KwaZulu-Natal ke ngesikhathi ade bosesha khona icala labo ke mana icala sethembisa lapho ke a case number yakhona ke ithi 217/03/2019 bese nye futhi thembisa so bese ithi 01/06/2020.
And then at 1800 hours, my lord, it says arrive at Ulundi and to Mahlabatini.
Lapho bese ngehora lesithupha lantambama bese bafika ke lapho ke uLundi futhi nasemahlabathini.
And then what was the purpose of this trip? Sorry,
Yes. So the purpose of this trip, my lord, this was at the stage when the accused, Mr. Sibiya, had brought or has made an indication to bring a bail application on the case of drug dealing in Tembisa. As part of that investigation, then to verify his address, this was the purpose. And the two cases that are referred here, one relates to the drug dealing, the other one relates to the ammunition that he was charged for. So it was the verification of address. I think I've touched base on it during my testimony, my lord.
Bathi kade kuyini inhloso lo hambo lwenu lolu athi kade bekwenza isiqiniseko sekhili la kaMnumzana uSibiya ke lapho malana namacala kade aboshile wona ke lapho ke Thembisa ke icala lokuqala lokudakela isidakamiswa noma icala otholakala phethe idakamizwa futhi icala lesibili kathi leli lokutholakala phethe isibhamu futhi nezinhlamvu ngaphandle kwamaphepha amnikeza ilungelo ukuthi aphathe lokho ke athi lapho kade bekhona ke ngoba uMnumzana uSibiya kade enza isicelo sakhe sebheli ke lapho ke futhi bafuna ukwenza isiqiniseko sakhe sekhili sendawo ahlala kuyona.
Then, my lord, at 23:30, it says departure to Johannesburg Then at 06:30, this is the morning, arrived back in Johannesburg.
bese kuthi lapho ke ngemizuzu ewu-30 ngemuva kwehora laka-11 ebusuku kade behamba lapho ke eDurban eKZN bese ke ngesikhathi semizuzu ewu-30 ngemuva kwehora lesithupha lakusasa ke kade befika lapho ke eGoli.
And then it says arrived back in Johannesburg and continued with the investigation as per Tembisa case 217 of 3/2019.
Lapho ke wafika ke lana eGoli bese ngemuva kokuthi afike eGoli aqhubeka kwenza ukusasha kwecala lela sethembisa le case number lapho ke 2170/03/2019.
Thank you.
Yes, and then it's duty off, my lord, at 11.
Bathi ngehora laka-11 kade ashayisa ke emsebenzini.
Thank you. Now, in cross-examination by Advocate Nisi regarding the events when you engaged with accused number 1 after his arrest on the 30th of May 2020, you testified that this engagement or this interaction with accused number 1 was at the parking area of Foslores police station, and that this interaction took place at the back seat of a red Golf that was driven by Sergeant Mohola.
Athi ke ngelanga lange-5 lade kube khuluma khona ke umnumzana uMnisi ngesikhathi bohlangana khona ke nomsola oqala noma umnumzana uSibiya ke udizena ahlangana lapho kwi-parking lot yaseFosloras la kuma khona ke imoto ngaphambi kwesakhiwo noma isakhiwo sesiphoyisa khona ke lapho ke futhi ake behlezi ngemuva kwemoto kathi i-red Golf lapho ke.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
And that after the introductions, you read accused number 1 his rights, and that he was suspected of being involved in the death of Mr. Senzo Meyiwa. Is that correct?
Lapho ke imoto kade ishayela ke isilungise nje kuphela kade ishayela imoto khona ke bomvu i-red Golf ishayela Sergeant Mohola bathi ngemuva nihlale khona lapho ke emotweni wazazisa kena ke ngemuva uzazisikela bese wamtshela malana nodaba lamalungelo akhe ngabe kuyiqiniso lelo.
It is correct, my lord, in the sense that after I was introduced, I warned him according to his rights, but the proper sequence is that then I asked the members to excuse me, and then I then warned him according to his rights again, eliciting the responses, and then thereafter, I then put the question that I have a reason to believe that he may be involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. So the killing part came after the members have left, my lord, when I was with him.
Athi lapho kwacela ke abozakwabo ukuthi zamdedele bahambe bamshiyeke nomnumzana uSibiya ke lapho kathi ngemuva uthi yena kaselele nomnumzana uSibiya ke bese qala ke ingqoqo yakhe noma mhlawumbe bakhulumisana malana bakhuluma amathupha naye umnumzana uSibiya ke ngesikhathi bakhuluma khona njalo usawamtshela malana nodaba lwamalungelo akhe futhi uthi nakade anentsolo ezikhula uthi nake umnumzana uSibiya unesandla ekuthizeni koSenzo Meyiwa ashona ke lapho ke.
And you testify that accused number 1 implicated himself.
That is correct, my lord.
Ukhuluma ufakazi ukuthi umnumzana uSibiya yena oyifakile kule cala athi yebo kunjalo.
And this aspect is also documented in your diary, exhibit ZZZZ.
Athi lo nkulumo ikhona ngaphansi kwediary yakho ngaphakathi kwemibukiso ka-ZZZZ.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Now, you told the court about the arrangement that you made with for his confession. After you had received the confession, exhibit FF from Lieutenant Colonel Mboto,
Athi lapho bosokhulumile nodaba le-confession le confession le eyenziwa ke umnumzana uSibiya ke lapho kuyenza kumnumzana uColonel Lieutenant Colonel Mboto ke wela ngaphansi kwemibukiso ka-exhibit FF.
Yes, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
yes. Now, the contents of exhibit F, how did it compare with what he told you when he implicated himself?
Bathi mana nodaba libhaliwe lapho ngaphakathi kwemibukiso ka-FF ewela usuthi la i-confession awayenza ke mayelana nenkulumo le awakutshela yona uma ngabe uyiqhathanisa ngabe yini khona ke phakathi kuzona.
It correlated, my lord. It was just there were more details on an exhibit FF, my lord, than what he told me. But the essence of him implicating himself, the role he played, where they got the instruction to commit this murder, the issue of the traditional healer, and the payments, which he made me aware of, that was contained. But there were more details than what he told me verbally, my lord.
athi konke lokho kuyahambisana ke uma ngaba kubuka ke inkulumo yakhe kayibhalile ngaphansi kwe-confession ijulile futhi kachaze khona ke izinto ngendlela ezenzeka ngayo ke futhi wakhuluma ngokujula ke lapho ke kepha athi uma ngabe ubuka ke inkulumo yami la angitshele yona ke mina njengofakazi mathupha ke lapho ke akukho nje ukujulile malana nodaba lenkulumo ke kepha uma ngabe ubuka ke amaphuzu akhuluma ngawo ukuthi nakho banda unesandla kanjani ke action kamufi ke nokuthi imali nokuthi mhlambe umyalezo bawuthola kubanike lapho ke futhi ukuthi imali bayikhokhelwa imali engangane futhi nodaba labo lokuhamba besiya kulenyanga ethizema ukugeza khona ke athi nalezo zikhona ngaphakathi kodaba lo awalikhuluma naye mathupha kepha akakaze abhale konke noma lokhu nenkulumo le yabhale yonke ngogcwele ngaphansi kwe-entry diary yakhe.
Now, in cross-examination by Advocate Nisi, he puts the proposition to you, even yesterday, that the interaction with accused number 1 took place at a secluded spot near the police station.
athi khona inkulumo phambili la khona kummeli kamele komnomzana uSipiyala ukuthi la inkulumo yenu yenzeka kwindawo ethize eseduze lapho ke parking akhona indawo engajwayelekile.
No, yes, my lord, that was put, but I disagree. It was not a secluded spot. It was a parking which is in an open area. There's no obstruction in terms of building or structure there. It's right at the beginning of the police station, and that's where we met, my lord.
athi yebo inkulumo le bayikhulumile kepha cha akusinjalo ke athi ubona ke ngesikhathi behlangana bahlangana lapho phambi kwesakhiwo sase police station futhi abo parking lot yakhona ke futhi athi alikho ibuilding ebhilidi elibavimbayo ekuthizini bangabonakali ke ebantwini futhi akunalutho olivimbayo ekuthizini bangabonakali ebantwini yindawo ke nje ephephile futhi evulekile.
We just want to refer to the proceedings of 22 January 2024 at page 62 from line 14 up to line 19. If you can just, it's Mr. Mgomezulu, cross-examining you, if you can just put the contents on the record.
Angasekho kumnumzana uMngomezulu ke ngelanga la nge-22 ngenyanga kaJanuary ngomnyaka ka-2024 lapho kukhasi le-60 lapho kumabuka ukubuka lapho kumuqa we-14 ke kuze ificeke lapho kumuqa we-19.
So it reads as follows, my lord, Mr. Mgomezulu. Then it says, rephrase it. At Phosphorus Police Station on 30 May, when you were interacting with accused number 1, I am saying, whatever that he said to you was an informal process because for you to legitimize that process, you had to get somebody who must take a formal confession. You agree? And then my answer is, I agree, my lord, but should I?
Yes, no, that's fine.
Is that fine? Okay.
Bathi khona ke inkulumo lana umnumzana uMngomezulu ke wayikhuluma ke kuwena bathi refresh ke ngesingisi lapho ke athi ngesikhathi kade lapho ke ngapha noma lapho ke Phosphorus Police Station ngelanga la nge-30 zaka May wena ke ngesikhathi bokuxoxisana khona ke nomathupha nomnumzana uqala noma nomsola uqala ke lapho ke athi nawe uthi malana udaba olunye nolunye lulo Dutch alusho kukhulu kuwena ke kade kudaba lapho ke olusemthi noma athi kade kudaba ke lolo kade lo formal ke lapho noma udaba futhi kade liqondile ke lapho ke bese wathena ke ngoba wena wenza lokho de wenza ke noma inhlelo zakho kungakho wathola ke umuntu esibethize nabe khona ke ekhatheni confession athi yebo kunjalo.
Now, was it ever put it to you by Mr. Mgomezulu that this interaction with accused number 1 took place at a secluded spot?
No, I have no recollection of that, my lord.
Bathi ngabe lokho wakhuluma yini umnumzana uMngomezulu ukuthi le nkulumo yenu eyenzeka kwindawo engajwayelekile athi cha akanako ukukhumbula malana nalokho.
Now, in cross-examination by Advocate Nisi about the involvement of the SWAT team members, you testify that this was an elite unit that you used for escort purposes.
Bathi mana nodaba lo SWAT team unit lo umnumzana uMsatha akhuluma ngalo ukuthi wena uthize ade nosebenzisa kuthize baniphilekeze shuthi lapho ke banigade njenge escort.
That is correct, my lord. That's what I've said. They are an elite unit and trained in terms of combat. That's where their strong expertise are, my lord.
Athi yebo ke kunjalo yibona ke abatrainee mhlawumbe abaqeshile bana nomsebenzi wabthizeni benze lo msebenzi lo ke.
Now, this SWAT unit, where is it from? Is it part of the South African police, or what is the position?
Le SWAT unit ngabe mhlambi abanye bengxenye team baleziphoyisa noma
No, my lord. So they do functions under the Police Act, but they are a team under Ekurhuleni Metro Police. So within the Metro Police, within the Metro Division, within the Metro Police Division of Ekurhuleni, then this team was then in existence at that time. So they are an elite team, elite unit, a highly trained unit, basically similar to us. In the police, in the South African police, we have the Special Task Force. In their division, the highly trained elite unit was the SWAT team. So they are part of the Metro Police under Ekurhuleni, and not necessarily the police, but they have the same powers as us in terms of the execution of their duties.
athi ithimba leli ke le SWAT unit ithimba lisebenza ngaphansi kwe-Ekurhuleni Metro Police futhi bona kuqeqeshiwe mayelana nomsebenzi wabo abawenzayo ke lapho ke futhi lapho ke elite team lakhe lapho ke athi uma ngabe uwaqhathanisa nethimba labo lezesiphoyisa ke ungaze usho ukuthi bacishe bafana ke nethimba lezesiphoyisa SWAT unit ne
SWAT, yeah.
other subs is
Task
complex
force.
athi cishe bafana ke ne-task force kuma ngabe uqhathanisa nethimba lezesiphoyisa futhi athi bona ke bona kuqeqeshiwe ke ethizeni ke bezomsebenzi wabo kepha ke bona basebenza ngaphansi kwe-Ekurhuleni Metro Police.
And also, my lord, there was a memorandum of understanding between us, being the South African police, and them in terms of the cross or the assistance in other matters, and they were also assisting other divisions as well, other than my unit.
athi ade khona kokuzwana phakathi kwabo ke lapho ke futhi ade belekelela ke bonkana bezesiphoyisa kepha bengalekeleli ithimba lakhe lezesiphoyisa kuphela.
Now, in cross-examination by Advocate Mnisi, you testify that you deploy them in this matter because of their tactical skills.
That is correct, my lord.
lapho ke umnumzana uMnisi ukhulumile ukuthina kana wona ke wabacela ukuthi bakulekelele ngoba kade benesipiliyoni singaphezulu athi yebo kunjalo.
But why were they deployed in this particular case? Why did you enlist their services?
Ungani bocela ukulekelelo lwabo namhlanje ke yebo ukuthi ungani bocela ukuthi bakulekelele.
In other words, what was the need for you to engage their services in this particular case?
Usho bekuyisathu sini ke senze ukuthi wona ucela ukuthi bakulekelele kuleli cala leli mathupha.
It was really safety, protection, and escort, my lord, because it became abundantly clear as we're embarking on investigation that the environment and the places that we will have to go into during the course of investigations were dangerous places, and they had the skills, should such arise, to provide such security, my lord.
athi mbangela ukuthi ocelekela abantu laba ukuthi babalekelele ekuthizini bahambe baye lapho de bayakhona ukuthi bona bakade belungiselela ukuthi ngabe bangahlangabezana nezingqinamba noma ke nenkinga ke ngoba kade ngaphiphile kwindawo de baya kuzona ke kungakho bacela ithimba leli ekuthizini ke baphelekezwe ngoba kade belitrenile noma de beyitholeka mhlawumbe uqeqeshwa mana uthizeni benza umsebenzi wabo ukulekelela kabo ukulekelela abantu uma ngabe besiya kwindawo ezingaphiphile.
In cross-examination by Advocate Mnisi, you testified that you used Constable Monaring to escort accused number 1 to Colonel Mboto, as Constable Buthelezi told you that he was not on the shift that day, but you also testified that Constable Mapumlo accompanied Constable Monaring to Diepkloof. What was the position of Constable Mapumlo?
Bathi ngabe kade kuyini ke isimo sakumnumzana Constable Maphumulo ngoba uyena kade khona ke phelekeza ke lapho ke umnumzana ngesikhathi kade behamba bese lapho kumnumzana Colonel Mboto.
My lord, I suppose it will be to assist Maphumulo. What I recall in terms of what I've said, I do know that Constable Monaring was accompanied by another member, but I remember in my initial testimony I was not sure in terms of the recollection of the second member, but I do know that the member that was with him, it was really to assist him. And it's a routine, my lord, that such members, especially in that division, they will always have more than one member for backup. It's a routine thing. Like police officers in such an environment, they'll always work as a group. So I do know that he was accompanied by one of his colleagues, although at the time, and that during the time of a trial within trial, I may not have remembered the name of Maphumulo.
Athi ngesikhathi kade phakathi kwecala bekangeke alikhumbule kahle hle igama likamnumzane kumaphumulo lapho kuthize kade ngabe uyena eqinisweni kade aphelekezakhe omunye umunare ngesikhathi ethi behamba besiya lapho-ke futhi athi into ejwayelekile ukuthi uma ngabe nisebenza ngaphansi kwezesiphoyisa-ke umuntu angahambi edwa kepha bahambe beyithimba-ke uma ngabe besiya nakuphi nakuphi-ke uma ngabe senza ukusesha kwecala noma ukuphenya kwecala.
Advocate Nisi further put it to you that accused, just before we get to that, in cross-examination by Advocate Nisi, he put it to you that you went along to Deep Kloof when accused number 1 went to make a confession to Colonel Mboto, that you were present at Deep Kloof police station when a statement was taken from him.
Futhi umnumzane umnisi ukutshela ukuthi wona-ke kade ukhona ngesikhathi athi bethatha istatement kuwena-ke futhi bohamba nomsolo oqala-ke ngesikhathi umsolo oyokwenza i-confession kumnumzana uMbotho.
Yes, my lord, that was put to me, but it's not true, my lord.
Athi yebo lokho bangitshelile kepha akulona-ke iqiniso.
We're going to show you the extracts of the court record on the 22nd of January 2024 at 60. If you can just read the contents thereof on record.
Is it the highlighted portion?
Yes, the highlighted portion.
Okay, it says, under Mr. Mgomezulu, rephrase it. At Phosphorus Police Station on 30 May, when you were interacting with accused 1, I am saying whatever that is said to you was an informal process because for you. Okay, it's the same part that I read, madam. Should I proceed to the bottom one?
No, the bottom one, sorry, is lines, the last 3 lines.
Yes, my lord. So it's under Mr. Mgomezulu, and then it says, yes, what I want to put across to you is that what Mboto or Colonel Mboto has to done with accused 1 and you, and has to done with accused 1 and you were not present cannot be an evidence by you to confirm that the provisions of section 217 were complied with. That from you, it is a hearsay evidence.
La khona-ke khona-ke inkulumo kade ikhulunywa khona kumnumzana uNgomezulu sila washona-ke lapho-ke ukuthi yebo nanoma yini engitshela yona-ke ngesikhathi noma kade utshela yona-ke lapho-ke umnumzana-ke uMbotho noma ukhulumela uMbotho-ke lapho ukuthi ayinalo inokwenza lapho mayelana nomsolo oqala kepha nakade ungekho-ke ngesikhathi ade kusenza lokho futhi akubonaka ufakazi lobo-ke ngoba wena-ke futhi awunaso ngoba kumele awunaso isiqiniseko salokho mayelana nomthetho owela ngaphansi ko-section 217 futhi awukazi usebenzisane-ke nawo nomthetho lowo-ke futhi shuthi le nkulumo leyo-ke inkulumo suthi wena uzwile-ke ngomunye mhlawumbe ungizwa nje kuphela ubufakazi mhlawumbe ufakazi.
I think that should not be understood very bluntly. Remember, even the version of accused number 1 is to the effect that at a particular time when they were at Deep Kloof, when they were in that house with a safe, an office with the safe on top, there was a point when Mr. Kininda actually went out and he was left with Mr. Mboto. At the time at which Mr. Mboto started to talk to Colonel Mboto, started to talk to him, holding those papers close to his chest and writing, Brigadier Kininda wasn't there. So what Mr. Ngomezulu put on record there, that is exactly, it's an indication of what I'm trying to, of what I am explaining now. Not that Brigadier Kininda was not at all there at Deep Kloof. It should just be understood contextually, my lord. Thank you. I just wanted the record to reflect that. Thank you.
As a court, please, I think it's a point that my learned friend can argue at the end of the case. Brigadier Kininda, we also wish to draw your attention to page 60, the last 3 lines, the next to Ngomezulu. If you can just put that in the record, page 60. It'll be from line 23 to 25. Next to Mr. Mgomezulu, they highlighted page 60.
Yes, my lord. The highlight portion. So Mr. Mgomezulu said, yes, there is one thing that I just want to conclude on the aspect of taking off the, I think there was a disturbance, my lord. It is an obvious question. It is an obvious question that you were not present to prove that accused number 1 gave that confession freely and voluntarily when he was, there's interruption, the allegation that he made such a confession, you were not physically present.
Athi lapho umnumzana uMgomezulu kade amtshela ke manje dabalulu kubhaliwe lapho ku page 60 ke lapho ke ukuthi yebo ngesikhathi ethatha confession kade ungekho ke lapho ke namnumzana futhi into ejwayelekile layo ke nombuzo atubuzwa ke lapho ukuthi wena ke ngesikhathi kade beqedela udabalulu ke njengofakazi kade ungekho lapho ke nomsola uqala ke ngesikhathi beka peace noma ngesikhathi bekenza confession futhi awunaso isiqiniseko ukuthi lokho akwenza ngokuthi mhlawumbe kade akhuleke emcabangweni wakhe ngokuthi mhlawumbe kade azikhethele ukuthi akwenzeke lokho ke kade khona ukuphazamisana kade khona ke lapho ke futhi bathi mina ney'nsolo ezade bemsola ngazo azenzile ukuthi akule confession ke bathi ufakazi kade angekho yena ke mathupha lapho.
And should I read the next highlighted
Yes.
portion? The next one, that is by me, my lord. It says, I was not with Colonel Mboto. I agree. I was not there. But if you say to me, my lord, the confession was, okay, the highlighted portion ends there, my lord.
Yes.
Uthi ke babugcini noma beqhubeke efunda ke lapho ukuthi yebo ngangekho ke lapho ke nomnumzana uColonel Mboto ke lapho ngiyavumelana nawe noma ngiyavuma ke lokho ke nje ngangekho naye kepha uma ngabe inkosi enkantolo isho ukuthi confession bese yaphela khona lapho ke.
Advocate Niso also put it to that accused number 1 was transported in the Fort Ranger to Diplo to make a confession to Colonel Mboto on the 30th of May 2020.
La khona kumnumzana umnisi khona umnumzana usibiya wathi kade bemhambisa ke imoto kuyi Fort Ranger ke ngesikhathi bekahamba ke ekwenza ke confession yakhe ngaphambi komnumzana lapho ku Colonel Mboto ke ngelanga la nge-30 zaka May ngomnyaka 2020.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
We just wish to draw your attention to the proceedings of the 5th of February 2024, page 30. From lines 1 to 4, if you can just put that on record.
So the proceedings of the 5th of February, my lord, 2024, page 8 under Mgomezulu reads as follows: were you transported with the same Golf 7? Accused number 1, the response is yes, it was. Others, there were cars behind and there were cars in front as well.
Bathi mina nenkulumo ke eyashicilela la ngaphambi kwenkantolo ngelanga lange-5 zaka February ngonyaka 2024 umnumzana uMgomezulu wathi ngesikhathi kade behambisa ke wabuza ukuthi kade behambisa ke ngemoto yodwa e-Golf 7 ke lapho ke bese umnumzana wakho umsola uqala athi yebo kade kuyiyo ke lapho ke kepha abanye kade belandela ke ngemuva ngemoto zabo ke futhi abanye kade beshayela la ngaphambili kithi.
Yes, and that portion, the other portion that is highlighted.
So then it says accused 1, so that's page 37, my lord, of the same proceedings of the 5th of February 2024. Accused 1, there, my lord, I was then transported in the red Golf. there was also a Nissan that is now who formed part of the vehicles that were escorting us, and then I just noticed us driving into Valeria police station.
Kata kukhasi lesi-37 ke lapho ke ngalo leli langa leli langa 5 zakaFebruary ngonyaka 2024 la khona ke umsolo uqala athi yebo athi Nkosi enkantolo kade khona ke imoto kade ngihambisa ke lapho ke kade imoto ke kade i-Red Golf ke lapho ke kepha kade khona ke enye imoto kade khona lapho kade kuyi-Nissan futhi kulathi yena ke ngesikhathi kade bebona lokhu ke kade khona ke ezinye imoto kade zikhona ke lapho ke ngesikhathi kade bemphelekeza ke lapho ke athene kwamba wayibona siyafika lapho ke eshara kule moto lena ke befika lapho ke Valeria police station.
God, please, my Lord, it's almost time for the long adjournment. Can we take the long adjournment at this point? It's about 4 minutes to 1.
Okay. 2 o'clock then.
Yes. Lloyd?
As a proposed brigade, when we adjourned, we're dealing with a proposition by Advocate Nisi that accused number 1 was transported in a Ford Ranger to Judicial. You read from page 30 of the report of the 5th of February 2024. If we can also ask you to, just to give a proper context, to read the record of the 5th of February 2024, page 29. It's just a page before the one that you read from about line 4 or 5,
Yes.
where there's an asterisk.
Yes, indeed, my lord. So it's page 29 for the proceedings of the 5th of February 2024. Line 5 reads as follows from Mr. Mgomezulu. Thank you, my lord. Mr. Sibia, before we adjourned, we took a short adjournment. I was asking you about the time you interacted with Brigadier Kininda. You said it was more or less 30 minutes. So after that, what happened?
ngicela ke ufakazi ubrigadier Kinenda ukuthi aphinde afundeke mayelana naloko okushicilelwe phansi ke oquke khona kumsola oqala ke lapho umnumzana uSibiya yakhe la kodwa khona umnumzana uNgomezulu athi yebo ngiyabonga Nkosi enkantolo umnumzana uSibiya ngaphambi ukuthi sisathe ikhefu ke noma isikhathi esincane sokuthi siphumule ke lapho ke nakade akubuza ke mayelana nodaba lwesikhathi ke leli analisebenzisa ke ngesikhathi umnumzana ubrigadier Kinenda bekanawe ke bezothi wathi wena ke lapho yebo ucathi mhlawumbe kwathatha nje imizuzu ewu30 noma imizuzu engaphansi kwalokho ke bese ngimuva kwalokho ke athi nenze.
Should I proceed?
Yes.
Ruling? Then the response from accused 1, my lord, says, from there they then said, let us get into the vehicles. Mr. Mgomezulu, yes. And then accused 1 said, they drove again, and then when I just looked and saw us driving into Soweto.
Kuphendula kumnumzana uSibiya ke lapho ke wathi usuka lapho ke ngabe athi usuka lapho wathi bona ke bangene emotweni bese bahambe ke wathi umnumzana uNgomezulu yebo bese ngemuva kwalokho waphinda futhi waphinda kumnumzana uSibiya ke lapho ke wathi bashayela ke lapho ke ngesikhathi ade beshayela lapho ke yena athi makabuka ke lapho ke wabona sebashayela kwindawo yaseSoweto.
Then under Mr. Mgomezulu, all right, where in Soweto? Accused 1 responds, at a certain police station in Soweto. And then under Mr. Mgomezulu, what is the name of the police station? Do you know? Then the response from accused 1 says Deep Kloof. And then under Mr. Mgomezulu, who were you traveling with? Accused 1, do you mean? Then there's intervention, my lord. Then Mr. Mgomezulu says yes. Then accused 1 says, in the vehicle that I was in, then Mr. Mgomezulu, correct, yes. And then accused 1 says it was Muhula, Ngamane, and Mabena. Yeah.
Bese umnumzana uNgomezulu wathi lapho konke kulungileke ngesikhathi athi kulungileke athi kuphike le ndawo eSoweto ke umsola wesicala athi lapho ke kade bekundawo ethize ene police station lapho ke eSoweto athi ngabe yini igama lesikhumulo sesiphoyisa lapho ke kade nikhona ke ngabe ngabonalo ulwazi athi yebo iDeep Kloof ke lapho ke athi lapho ke ngabe kade uhamba nobani ke lapho ke athi ngabe uzama ukuthi isekhona ukuphazamiseka kade likhona ke lapho ke bethi umnumzana uNgomezulu yebo ngemuthi yebo ke lapho basathi umsolo oqala kade besemotweni ngabe uzama ukuthi kule moto bengukuyona athi yebo kunjalo ke basathi yena kade onomuhula uNcamane futhi noMabhena.
Yes, that is the last part.
Athi kuyiphela khona ke inkulumo yakhe.
Then you can just go to page 30 just to give a proper context.
As it is the court, my lord, should really this be matters of argument, my lord? Because if the internet exercise is to demonstrate that there are contradictions in what was said by accused when it was initially led by Mr. Mgomezulu and what he said when I started to put the version on his behalf. Really, those are matters of argument, are not matters that cannot, these are not matters that should be raised on re-examination. That is just my view, my lord. That is my submission, my lord.
Yes, Mr.
As a
Malloy.
court, please, my lord. The fact of the matter is these propositions were put to the witness, and it is our submission, my lord, that if there's other evidence on record that shows the contrary, this witness, my lord, can be asked to refer to those portions. It's only fair, my lord. It's
it
not
part of-
as if it's something that was not put to him.
So it's under re-examination.
Yes, my lord.
No, fine, let's hear you then.
So court, please. If you can just page 30, just the first 4 lines.
So page 30, my lord, of the proceedings still of the 5th of February 2024, under Mr. Mgomezulu, were you transported with the same Golf 7? Then the response from accused number 1, yes, it was. Others, there were cars behind and there were cars in front as well.
Thank you.
bese khona kumaqhubeka khona njalo ke nesikhasi lamashumi amathathu ke lapho sithi 30 ngesingisi ke lapho ke lo shicilelo lade likhona la ngaphambi kwenkantolo ke mana necala leli ke umnumzana uNgomezulu wade ebuza ukuthi ngabe mhlambi bohanjiswa ngemoto yodwana ke leyo eGolf 7 ke ufaka umsolo qalathi yebo kade kuyiyo ke kepha abanye kade beshela ngezinye ke imoto futhi bebakhona abashela ke ngemuva futhi kade bekhona abashela la ngaphambi kwabo.
Now, in cross-examination by Advocate Nisi, he put it to that accused number 1 was never taken to Araton on the 30th of May 2020. Says from Fosslores was taken straight to Diepkloof. We just want to show you a portion of the record of 1 November 2023, page 27, line. If you can just read line 18 to 19, then proceed to page 28 and just put the whole of page 28 on record. Just the previous page first.
All right, so page 27, my lord, the proceedings of the 1st of November 2023, under Mr. Mgomezulu, accused 1, all right. At Araton, what time did you arrive there?
Yes, you can then proceed to the next page.
Should I do the whole page from the top?
Yes.
All right, then that is now, my lord, page 28, and it starts with Mr. Buthelezi. No, there was a time when the suspect was given food, so he was eating at that time. Then under Mr. Mgomezulu, yes, thank you, sir. That is why I am asking along those lines. Mr. Buthelezi, well, after eating, there was no longer any reason why he should keep his handcuff from the back. So the handcuffs were moved to the front. And under Mr. Mgomezulu, okay, when he was eating, he was using a hand. Mr. Buthelezi, that is correct. Then under Mr. Mgomezulu, and the handcuffs were still in his hands. Response from Mr. Buthelezi, no, the handcuffs had been removed and he was eating and we were also discussing. Mr. Mgomezulu, you were there in one of the offices in Araton. It is your evidence that at some stage you went out. Mr. Buthelezi, no, we stayed at the car park, if I remember correct. And then line 20, my lord, under Mr. Mgomezulu, that is the reason I am saying he was inside the building, one of the offices in Araton. You went out and stayed at the parking lot, Mr. Buthelezi, that is correct.
Thank you.
Ke bathi befunda futhi ke manodaba noma nenkulumo ethi shicilelwe khona njalo ke ngelanga lokuqala ke ngenyanga kaNovemba ngomnyaka 2023 lapha ku-class list 27 ke lapho-ke kumugqa wesi-10 wabuya enzansi-ke khona kanjalo-ke la mnumzane uMngomezulu kadabuza-ke kumsolo oqala ukuthi athi alright kade use-Eratin ngasikhathini awafika sikhathini-ke lapho-ke yaqhubeka futhi yangaphambili-ke uma iqhubeka inkumo yakhona-ke iyakhasi elamaleli noma ikhasi elilandelayo-ke ikhasi le-28 lapho-ke la kwade khona-ke inkulumo phakathi baba uButhelezi futhi nobaba uMngomezulu la athi khona-ke no athi cha isikhathi abafika ngaso-ke lapho-ke nomsolwa bese babanikeza ukutshake wadla-ke lapho-ke kepha akasakhumula wathi kade edlana ngesikhathi leso-ke bese wathi umnumzane uMngomezulu yebo ngiyabonga-ke mnumzana futhi kungakho ngikubuza lo mbuzo lo mayelana nodaba lolo-ke athi-ke ubaba uButhelezi makaphendula yebo wadla-ke futhi ngesikhathi lesi wathi ngemuva kokuthi adleke ukudla kwakhe lapho kade ngekho esinye isizathu sabenza bahlale-ke lapho-ke noma bamgcine kubona-ke lapho-ke kepha kade kade mhlambe bemgaqile ozankosi yini ngesikhathi esibekadla lapho ngemuva kuyena-ke noma kade bebawakhiphile noma mhlambe ela kuyena ngaphambili yini bese athi omunye okay kepha kade adla athi kulungile-ke kepha kade adla ngesikhathi leso kade kusenzeka lokho-ke futhi kade asebenzisa-ke izandla zakhe athi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho-ke wabuya futhi wabuza kumnumzane uMngomezulu ukuthi ngabe mhlambe ama-handcuffs kade agenakhe noma mhlawumbe usho ukuthi ozankosi kade emgaxe ozankosi ngesikhathi leso-ke athi omunye cha kade ama-handcuffs bawakhiphile kena bangawafakile ngesikhathi lesi bebadla futhi nangesikhathi lesi kade bexoxisana ngaso-ke wabuya futhi wabuza kuba uMngomezulu ngalapho ukuthi ngabe bekukhona ngesikhathi lesi ngabe bekukhona lapho kumahhovisi alapho-ke Eratin ngesikhathi esikusenza ubufakazi lobu-ke ngesikhathi kusenza ubufakazi lobu noma bowuphumele ngaphandle yini bese athi omunye cha besikhona lapho besihlezi lapho-ke kule car park lapho kathi uma ngabe ekhumbula kahle-ke wabe futhi wabuza-ke kumugqa wesi-20 lapho ubaba uMngomezulu ukuthi kungakho ngikubuza lokho ngokuthi mayelana nodaba lofakazi bakho kuwukuthi kade ningekho ngaphakathi kwamabhilidi elilodwa lapho-ke Eratin waphuma waya ngaphandle-ke nahlala lapho e-parking lot athi omunye yebo kunjalo-ke wathi omunye ngabe kade khona yini abantu kade benilekelela ekuthizeni ba-escort-ke lapho komswa ngesikhathi leso yaphela khona lapho inkulumo.
Now, in cross-examination by Advocate Nisi yesterday, he touched on Exhibit GG, the pointings out by accused number 1.
Yes, my lord.
On the on the 5th of June 2020, and he put it to that Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe did not keep the notes and or attach photos of the pointings out to his notes. You refer to the concluding paragraph of Exhibit GG, which is that is A142. If you can just again put that on that.
ngesikhathi esimnumzane umnisi atakubuza ke imibuzo manodaba lokuhamba beyokhomba-ke lapho-ke umnumzana usibiya futhi hamba nobaba uButhelezi kuwukuthi kade ngekho ama-notes ade abhalwa phansi-ke lapho-ke bese ufakazi nobaba ubheka kade yaginini wathi cha kade akhona-ke ama-notes abhaliwe futhi wabuya wakhuluma-ke ngodaba lwe-statement esikhona-ke ngaphansi ko-A142.
Should I read the
Is it
only
the court, my lord?
Just a minute.
I think I was misunderstood. I never said there were no photos attached. I specifically said that there were no notes accompanying the pointing out. I never spoke about photos which were not attached, my lord. Thank you.
Yes.
That's how we have it, my lord. But in any case, you can just read into the record the issue on the notes, the last paragraph.
Okay, so it starts as follows, my lord. I pointed out the two places, the house where the shooting took place and the spot where I was dropped off after the shooting to Lieutenant Colonel Hatton.
My apologies, my lord. Okay, ushuthi lapho malana nenkulumo lebhaliwe lapha paragraph ukuthi yena ke wakhomba indawo leyo ke izindawo ezimbili ezahlukene la kade bedubula khona ke kulomuzi loyo ke noma kade kuduthula khona ke kulomuzi loyo ke bese ngemuva kwalokho bahamba bokhomba ke indawo la kade yena bemshiye khona ke ngemuva kokudubula ayikhomba le ndawo ezimbili etshengisa ke lapho ke umnumzana uHadebe.
As it please the court, my lord, I do not intend to interrupt unnecessarily, but the exercise here, it's the information that his witness has been requested to read now into record. It was actually read into record by Mr. Khatebe, if I'm not mistaken, by Colonel Khatebe. And in fact, this witness, in answering to my question that there were no pointing out, there were no notes to the pointing out, I think he referred to the very same document and said, but these are the pointing out. So I'm just not so certain what is then the purpose of this re-examination in this regard.
As a good place,
Yes.
we're just going to show certain photos, and we just wanted to preface that with the notes, just to give context to the
No, but
photos.
he says, he never said there were no photos.
Well,
taken.
I'm just speaking of note, my lord, but he specifically said there were no photos attached to the notes. That's my recollection of.
I recall this, the allegation or the summation was there were no notes taken by Khatebe. So that pointing out is self-corroboration. Because there were no notes taken. And I think your answer was to the contrary, that there were notes and you read some notes there.
That is correct, my lord.
Yes, and we just want to briefly. We're not going to be long, my lord. We just want to give context to
Okay, let's hear.
the photos that we want to show now, my lord. We're just going to show 3 photos for your.
Was it not denied that no photos were taken also? Hello?
Well, I just put it mildly that I think they said that no photos were attached, my lord. That is my recollection of the evidence.
And the other assertion was that there was no pointing out made by accused number 1.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
When the allegation is that they were pointing out, said by whoever, they were pointing out of the scene of the crime scene and also the Basotho hostel.
Yes, my lord, and there is a point that we
Okay, fine.
just wanted to briefly touch on. Brigadier Gininda, there are 3 photos there on the screen. If you can just maybe comment in light of the proposition that was made to you yesterday by Advocate Nisi that we've just referred to.
Manje kukhona ke ithombe ezintathu la kulesikhangiso bacela ukuthi manje ubaba uBrigadier Gininda akhulume mayelana ney'thombe lezi ngoba khona ke inkulumo eqhamukile ke ezokuthi-ke ngesikhathi umsola uqala-ke bekahamba lapha-ke uba uButhelezi naye akaze abatshengise ukuthoke lapho-ke manje cela ukuthi ufakazi akhulume mayelana nodaba lolu.
So, my lord, the first photo on top is the house belonging to the Kumalos. In other words, this is the crime scene, house number 3511 Kutlwano Street. That is a photo of that house. Then,
ufakazi manje isithombe simayelana nodaba lwesithombe seqala.
yeah.
Athi ila khona-ke kwenzeka ukuthi ngesigamenzo kulo muzi womndeni house number 3115 eKutlwano Street.
And then the vehicle, the silver vehicle parked there is a vehicle that was used by the police, my lord. This is now on the day of the incident, I suppose. Or of the pointing out, sorry, my apologies.
Athi-ke imoto ekhona-ke nalapha isikhangiso iyona moto esetshenziswa ngamaphoyisa ngelanga leli kade behamba-ke nomnumzana uSibuyakhe eyobatshengisa-ke lo muzi lona-ke ngesikhathi lesi kade betshengisa ngaso ngesikhathi se-pointing out.
And then photo 15, my lord. Let me just sit closer because it is accused number 1. I just want to be certain of the movement that he's doing there because it's a bit blurred there. But it is accused number 1 standing outside the crime scene, meaning the position, in my recollection, that is the position I said, corroborates the part when he said he was standing outside when the incident took place. So it is accused number 1 standing outside the crime scene. I just want to see a closer look on the photos, my lord.
Says 15 kulapho nake umhlola uqala ke lapho ngaphandle kwalomuntu akade ngaphandle isidingo kuwonake ngoba wathi ngabajame ngaphandle ngaphakathi bathi umhlola uqala ngesikhathi kalula.
The court can just bear with me. Photo 15. Yeah, yes, photo 15, my lord, is standing outside the crime scene where the deceased was shot, my lord.
Athi yebo kulesithombe ses-15 sho ukuthi umhlola uqala lapho kulana khona ke ngaphandle nomuzi wesigameko ngesikhathi kade bedubula khona komufi yena bakame ngaphandle.
It is actually photo 14 according to the photo album where he points. It's just a photo, just above photo 15 where he is now pointing by use of his finger.
Athi khona isithombe ses-14 ke lapho ke lapho natshengakala khona kwesithombe ses-14 ngesikhathi esekade akhomba ke ngomunye wakhe akhomba ke ekhaya leli wakhumana.
Correct. Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Now, if one looks at the photo where the vehicle is, the one on the right-hand side and the one on the left-hand side,
Athi ke uma ke umuntu buka ke ithombe lezi khona ke imoto khona ke ikhanyiso ezimbili ke
are there any commonalities?
esandle sokunene futhi nesandle sokudla ngabe khona yini la ziceshe zafana khona noma la zifana khona ke.
Yes, indeed, my lord. So the photo on the left-hand side, in my recollection, is the one that was taken back in 2014. And the one on the right-hand side, as I said, my lord, was taken on the day of the pointing out on the 5th of June 2020.
Athi ke imoto lena khona ke ngalana esandle sokudla lesithombe lesike isithombe semoto sathathwa ngeminyaka 2014 ngemuva kwenzeke isigameko lapho basathi umobuka isithombe esingalana esandleni sokumelele kulelanga leli kade bekumsolo oqala behamba namavithimba nalamaphoyisa noma nababuthelezi ngesikhathi ekutshengisa nokukhombisa ke lekhaya leli.
No, not Buthelezi. He was with Kenneth Radebe.
Kade ngokukhanela ekhadebe isifundiswa lapho kade ngelayo ukukhanela ubuthelezi.
Right. Then the common features, my lord, the wall on the left-hand side. This is now the photo that was taken in 2014. It is the same wall that you can see on the right-hand side that is now in a picture taken during the pointing out in 2020.
Athi ke lapho isakhiwo ngesikhona ngaphandle sodwa ngisho le edonga lenzela ngaphandle ke idonga elilodwa efana ngalana ke esithombe sikhona sendle sokunene.
Then the mini power station, my lord, it is also the same. You can see it on the picture that was taken in 2014.
Objection, my lord. I'm very concerned that this witness is now leading evidence on matters that did not come out of my cross-examination on him. I never referred this witness to the photos there. So the state is now embarking on trying to clarify issues through this witness that never arise under my cross-examination, my lord. I only said in my cross-examination that by virtue of the fact that accused number one did not voluntarily point to those photos anymore, then he was made to point. That could not have been a pointing out. So, but I never went through this process, my lord. So this is new evidence altogether. And probably if the state would want to lead further evidence, is welcome to make an application to the open his case, not through through re-examination as it is happening now.
Yes, Mr.
My
Roy.
lord, a witness can give viva voce evidence, or he can use photographs to demonstrate his evidence. And that's precisely what this witness is saying, my lord, to just using the photos to explain his evidence, my lord.
They say you can't do that because he never asked that question.
There's a proposition that was put yesterday, my lord, by Advocate Nisi.
What is the proposition?
Well, firstly, he said he never gave the Colonel Hadebe the directions. They took him to the place, and Further on that,
No, just read what was put so that
Yes.
we mustn't argue about whether he said this, whether he meant this. Just read what was put so that we all can hear it,
yes,
if it is relevant
yes.
or not, whether it was actually asked or not asked.
and it was also put to him that he visited the scene, he did his own inspection in loco. It was also put to him that there was no content as to the pointings out, as to what the accused was pointing. And this is precisely, my lord, what we're trying to show, the content, that they say there was no content to what the accused was pointing.
So the accused didn't point
Yes.
relevantly at those
Yes,
pictures, I mean those situations
yes,
depicted in the pictures.
yes, and
They just pointed wherever, or there was
Yes.
no context.
yes, and we're just using the photos, my lord, just to show the content.
But was it put that he did point out, but there was no content in the
Yes,
pointing out?
yes.
Okay, Mr. Nissim, that's what they're saying. What do you say?
My Lord, as I said, accused version is,
No. Me, I'm dealing with
yes,
this statement. If it's attributed to you, as attributed to you by Mr. Baloyi, that
I
you
don't
say
know.
the accused,
Yes,
it was put by you,
yes.
the proposition that there was no content in what the accused was pointing at. That's what he says, unless I'm quoting you incorrectly.
Yes,
sir.
indeed, my lord, that is precisely the point of the statement.
Yeah, so he says he's demonstrating that under re-examination, they say you can clarify. Here's the book, I've been reading it. Section 73. He says he's demonstrating that under cross-examination that it is not correct to say that. That's what he says, not me.
Yes, madam.
Now he's demonstrating the content, which he says you might have made a mistake when you put it, or your client. Okay, so I think that is allowed.
I want to put in context what I said, my Lord.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, because I think my colleague, to some extent, misunderstood my question.
Oh, I see.
Yes. I said, by virtue of the fact that accused did not voluntarily point out, as it is depicted in the photos, then that could not have been a pointing out that he voluntarily made, because he was,
So he pointed out, but it was not voluntary.
no,
But I'm quoting you. In me, I listen. You say, if the accused says, if he pointed out, it means he was forced to point out. He didn't do it voluntarily.
I'm still explaining, my Lord.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yes.
fine.
I said accused
Yeah.
was told what to point.
Was told what to point
Yes,
out.
yes, to
Okay.
point out. It was not his pointing out, therefore. And subsequent to that, there's no information that is contained in the pointing out by the person who was responsible for the pointing out, Colonel Khatebe, to say, now at photo number 1, this is what accused person is pointing out at. Photo number 2, this is what accused person is pointing out at. All that we see are just photos with no explanation that came from the person who was holding the pointing out, as it would have been narrated by accused person as when he was pointing that, now as I'm pointing at this place, this is what took place. As I'm pointing at this place, this is what took place. So it is unfair now to expect Brigadier Kininda to come and give content into what was pointed when he was not involved in the pointing out. my lord.
Okay.
Thank you.
What do you say, Mr. Baloyi?
To start with, I think what Advocate Nis is saying confirms what we read earlier on, that he says there's no content. He says the person who was conducting the pointings out did not in his notes mention that this particular photo represents a particular spot that was pointed by the accused. But more than that, my lord, Brigadier Gininda he testified that he was on the scene, and he can add further content, my lord, to the pointings out, my lord. He can state as to giving his observations on the scene, his knowledge of the case, what do these photos represent, my lord. We clearly, we submit, my lord, that it falls on all fours with the cross-examination of Advocate Nisi yesterday, that as we put it, that there was no content, my lord, to the pointings out. And Brigadier Gininda is giving his knowledge, is explaining that, my lord.
So as I recall the evidence, Brigadier Gininda says, after the alleged pointing out, he went over. If I'm misquoting you, you must say it. And anybody here in court must say aye. I heard you say that after you had received the report on the pointing out, you went over that report.
That is correct, my
Or
lord.
the notes, whatever. And out of your own volition, in collaboration, you left and went to the scene
That is correct, my lord.
to do your own collaboration, viewing whether in fact what was pointing out when you were further investigating, that's the word you used, corroborate the pointing outs allegedly made by alleged accused number 1 and noted down by Khadele and photographed by the photographer. What's that guy? Mapalala Masima.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's the evidence I listened to. He actually went there. That's not me saying that. To go and find content. So that question is allowed.
Has it got pleases? Yeah, you can.
Kade khona umbuzo kade
We're
uqhamuke.
almost done. I think the witness was busy with the mini electricity
Oh,
box.
okay.
Kade khona umbuzo oqhamuke kuqhamuka kummeli wenu ngendawo ngembangela ukuthi kade ecela kuBrigadier Gininda ukuthi akasho noma akhulume-ke phecelezi ngegama loyithomba esikhanyiso sethile esifanele ngaphambi kwenkantolo-ke bese washo khona njalo kummeli wenu ukuthi yena akakaze akubuzeke lokho-ke noma yena uNkulunkulu bakhulumile ngesikhathi esindlule lokho ukuthi ngesikhathi umsola uqala-ke bekahamba lapho-ke nobabukhadebe right nobabukhadebe ngesikhathi yokukhomba lapho-ke kuwukuthi yena akakaze akhombe ngemvume yakhe noma kanye nelungelo lakhe ngoba yena kade bemfosile ukuthi akakhombeke lapho-ke noma kade ephuqelekile ukuthi akakhombeke lapho-ke bese bathi-ke manje ngemuva ukuthi uBrigadier Gininda athole-ke ucwaningo lolu mhlawumbe ufakazi ukuthi abuthole babukhadebe ngemuva ukuthi ehambe nomsolo oqala-ke yokukhomba-ke lapho-ke naye wahamba mathupha ngokukhethekile ehamba kuyobheka le ndawo esigamile ukuthi ngabe indawo enjani-ke ekuthizeni ahlanganise ubufakazi lobo babutholile futhi nalokhu azobe abonile lapho-ke manje wathi-ke inkosi yenkantolo yavuma ukuthi umbuzo lokho baqhubeke bawubuze.
When objection was raised, your comment on the electricity mini substation.
That is correct, my lord. So I was indicating that in the first photo on the left, that was taken in 2014. One can see the mini substation, the electricity substation, which is also depicted on the second photo on the right-hand side. That was taken in 2020 when the pointing outs were done, my lord.
Athi-ke manje bawubheka lelo kuzana igesi ekhona-ke ngalasho ukuthi le babhala ukuthi ingozi umadini batheve wathi bekhona-ke ngonyaka ka-2014 lesithombe lesi-ke kade lesiphethile esilaesandla sokunqekeke futhi noma ubukeka ukuthi bekhona kulesandla sokudla kade ikhona futhi lelo kuzana yodwa-ke ngesikhathi kuthuba kithono ngomnyaka ka-2020 ngenyanga kaJuni.
Further to that, my lord, if you look at the first photo on the left-hand side, one will see that just above the mini power station as well as the wall, you can see that the house is a face brick house with gutters which are black and obviously the roof. One can see the same on the third photo, photo number 15, in terms of the face brick and the black gutters. So that has not changed, but in addition, on top of the roof, on the photo of 2014, there's sort of like, I'm not sure whether it's a geyser, that equipment on top of the roof. That equipment is still available on photo 15, that was taken in 2020, as well as the power, what they call it, I just forgot, but the light, my lord, I just forgot.
Apollo.
Apollo.
I know Linga Franca of the townships better than you.
Yeah. Thank you. Apollo.
Athi-ke uma ngabe ukhuluma futhi ejobela mayelana nesithombe lesi asilana ekaleni laphezulu-ke athi ungabuka la kusona kusho uphahla lalo muzi futhi ngibonda lalo muzi-ke ngibonda elifana namashini aleli khona lesithombe silala ngenzansi-ke futhi noma ubheka amagatazi la amnyama-ke akhona ngalana futhi nesithombe lesi akhona-ke futhi athi kulempela engakhona la phezu kophahla lalo muzi athi akanaso iqiniseko sokuthi ngabe mhlawumbe iyibiza noma mhlawumbe iy'ndelezelele khona la phezulu udadelela ukuzana khona-ke futhi nangalana futhi ikhona-ke kuyodwa futhi ukhona nesibane esikhulu esikhanyisa-ke lapho-ke esikhona nesithombe silala ngenzansi futhi nanesithombe silala ngaphezulu ade sasekhona naso.
Now, my lord, of utmost importance is that when I did the corroboration and visited the scene with the note and also guided by the photos, then during the course of the investigation, I found that the photos depicted in photo, the one with the counter right hand side, and the one photo 15 with the accused, it is indeed number 13511 Kutlwano Street. That is now the crime scene where this offense took place in 2014, and as indicated in terms of the structure by photo number 1, the first photo on the top left.
Athi ngesikhathi ade ehambile nayo okuza kusesha kuqala athi mabuka isithombe sika-15 futhi isithombe sokuqala sikhona-ke ngalapho-ke futhi kwisithombe sa-15 la kube khona kumsola wokuqala-ke khona-ke athi ulo muzi oyedwa-ke umuzi la kodwa khona-ke udlame ngeminyaka 2014 akade kwabulawa khona-ke umuzi.
Now, Advocate Nisi cross-examine you on the transparent money bags that were found in the downloads of the phone of accused number 3. That's when he started with his cross-examination. Just want to show you a photo that forms part of Exhibit S. What is your comment?
Bathi khona-ke umbuzo oqhamukile lapha kumnumzana Advocate Nisi ngesikhathi wabuza-ke imibuzo-ke mayelana nomsola lapho-ke la buza khona-ke ngesikhwama kade sibe sinemali-ke ngaphakathi kade sibe sithobulile qhamuka kumakhalekhukhwini womuntu noma ucingweni lomuntu-ke lapho-ke bathi mamukeke isithombe lesi lakusala lapho ku-Exhibit S ungakhuluma uthini-ke ngaso?
Yes, my lord. So this is the photo I was referring to that contains a see-through plastic bag with money inside, and this is the bag, the photo of the bag of money that I said was found in the downloads of accused 3, allegedly, and as well as on the phone of Miss Kelly Kumalo, as well as Longo Twala. This one in particular, my lord, is the download that comes from the phone of accused number 3. That was downloaded under Cleveland case 96 of 2015.
Athi-ke isithombe uma ekhuluma ngesithombe lesi pichelezi isithombe sisodwa-ke sasitholakala laphakathi kocingo labamsola wesithathu. Isithombe lesi esithi i-plastic bag mani see-through plastic bag masuthi i-plastic khona ngekho ukuthi ubone ngale kwayo-ke noma ngaphakathi khona-ke athi isithombe lesi esikhona-ke abasedownloada phakathi kocingo lakamsola wesithathu. Athi futhi lesithombe lesi esisodwana isona sithombe basithole ngaphakathi kocingo labalongethwala futhi noKelly Kumalo.
In cross-examination by Advocate Nisi on the 21st of May, he took you through your affidavit exhibit ZZ1 and referred you to paragraph 3.1, and a reference was made to Mr. Sfiso Zungu, also known as Gwabeni, and the proposition was put to that he did not testify and that is...
No, you're incorrect. It says
Yes.
Fiso Zungu,
Yes, Fiso
also
Zungu.
known as Gwabeni.
Gwabeni, yes.
I was in a different court, I'm sure. Is that correct, Mr. Investigator? You're not listening.
I was just trying to...
Just
make-
repeat what you said.
Yes. During cross-examination by Advocate Nisi on the 21st of May,
Right?
he asked you about your affidavit, that's exhibit ZZ in brackets 1.
Yes, I recall.
And he asked you specifically regarding paragraph 3.1 thereof.
Okay.
And reference was made to a witness by the name of Mr. Sifiso Zungu. Is that correct?
I just don't remember the contents of how, my lord, it was made. If I'm a bit, that's what I was trying to get my
But
mind.
sorry,
into.
for me,
Yes.
for me to understand, Sfiso Zungu his other name is Gwabin.
That is correct, my lord.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
He has actually said he's of the Gwabenis also.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, it was
Okay.
put to you that he didn't
Alright.
testify in these proceedings and that what he says is hearsay evidence. Now, the question is this.
bathi khona ke inkulumo eqhamukayo nommeli ke la u-advocate Mnisiki manje udaba lwaka-Sifiso Zungu bamize ngegama likaGwabeni ekuwukuthi nakakaze ke aze ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo azothula ubufakazi bakhe-ke manje kusho ukuthi kade athi ummeli inkulumo ekhulunywa nguSifiso kusho ukuthi ungizwa nje kuphela kwenkulumo-ke.
Yes, that I do recall, my lord.
Yes.
athi yebo ngiyakhumbula-ke lokho.
The question is, do you know as to why he did not testify in these proceedings?
Manje kumuze ukuthi ngabe unalo yini ulwazi lokuthi kungani engezile la ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo azophana ngofakazi bakhe.
Yes, I do, my lord.
Yes.
athi yebo ngiyazi.
I'm going to say it with utmost respect, my lord, but I'll say it as it is. During the consultation with the state, he indicated that he was fearful of his life, of a possible assassination.
Thank you.
Ngathi uzoyisho ngokukhulu kokuhlonipheka futhi yena-ke ngesikhathi bekakhulumisana phecelezi nehlangothi noma nethimba labeshushisi athi ubhekadyagininda watshelwa uSifiso ukuthi yena uyasaba usabela impilo yakhe ukuthi naye bangambulala.
Yes.
As it is the court, my lord, I perceive there to be new evidence, and I'm going to request to be afforded the indulgence to further cross-examine this witness on that very same aspect, on the reason why Gwabeni has not come to testify, because he has referred extensively to Mr. Gwabeni, and when I said to him he has not yet testified, that would have been an opportunity for the witness to tell this court why. But now this, we
Therefore, you're entitled, if it's new evidence, you're entitled to cross-examine.
as it is the court.
Mr. Baloyi is an experienced prosecutor, he knows the law.
As the
Thank
court
you.
pleases, by all means, my lord. Thank you. Advocate Mnisiki questioned you at length about the Section 105A process that accused number 2 had initially embarked upon. Are you familiar with the Section 105 process of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977?
Bathi khona kumbuzo wathi ubuziwe mina kade ubuzwa phecelezi ngokwezomthetho-ke usection 104 we-Act of 1977 ngabona lo yini ulwazi lwalomthetho.
Yes, I do. I am familiar with it, my lord. It is a section that deals with the plea bargaining between an accused person and the state. And
Now, wait. Who are you talking about, Mr. Baloyi?
Accused number 2.
Accused?
Accused number 2.
Me, because I understand the law. Is that evidence admissible?
Well, we're not referring to the content, my lord. Yes.
Is that evidence admissible? If a person enters into a plea bargain and subsequently the talks fall off, is it admissible thereafter?
Well, you may not refer to the content thereof, but the defense out of their own bed, Advocate Nisi, referred to Section 105.
Did he refer to it?
Yes, he
That's-
did, my lord. He
I didn't hear it. Sometimes I'm
cross-examined.
deaf.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He
No,
cross-examined.
find that because that's critical.
Yes.
I've trained judges who are even in the constitutional court.
Yes.
Don't want them to say how.
Yes.
Evidence which is inadmissible, he admits.
Yes.
So please, before we proceed, get that. It must be on the record. Thank you.
Yes.
If it was us, fine, get it.
We'll find the relevant portions.
So that it must be clear. Otherwise,
It's now 1550, my lord.
out.
It's now 1550. 1500 hours, 50 minutes.
No, it can't be.
Or 40, my apologies. You're going home now.
Yeah,
You're going home, my apologies, man.
I won't accuse you of drinking something. You know what? Let's adjourn now, and you must look for that part of the evidence. Because it's critical, that's what you're saying. And I don't think I heard such evidence. I've been listening here for the past 2 years. I know there are guys who will listen. I did. I did not hear that. I would have stopped whoever wanted to refer to it and warned him of the consequences. Are you with me, Mr. Baloi?
He did extensively.
Okay, fine.
So, and we did, my lord, try to
Okay, fine, it's possible.
alert him to the danger.
Let's adjourn here so that you get me, you get all of us
Manje ke
that piece of cross-examination.
We can come back to it and proceed with
Oh, the other stories. Okay, fine.
with other issues. Advocate Mnisi questioned you on the description of accused number 2 given by the witnesses. This we see on the record of the 29th of November 2024, pages 87 to 88.
Yes, my lord.
bathi khona ke la kade ubuza ke umbuzo umnumzana advocate Mnisi mayelana nesikhangiso noma nendlela atshengakala ngayo ke umnumzana uNtanzi athi yebo ngilalele.
Just so that there's clarity on that aspect, just read the highlighted portions.
So the highlighted portion, Malud, can we agree, is it accused number 2 or 3? Because this one, I think...
Accused number, cross-examination by Advocate Mnisi.
Oh, all right, okay. So it's page 87, the date, my lord, is 29 November 2024. Then under Mr. Mnisi, it says, my lord, thank you. Now let us proceed. Photos downloaded, taken of accused by himself, selfies. Match the description of the suspect who had the firearm with red locks, big eyes, and with gold teeth.
Yes.
Bakhuma phecelezi bana nenkulumo kade iqhamukiswa umnumzana ke u-advocate Mnisi ke lapha ekolake ngaphansi kweclass 87 ngelanga lange-29 zakaNovemba ngomnyaka 2024 lathi ngiyabonga ngicela siqhubeke sihambe kade ithome kade bethubulile lapho ke ecungweni la kamsolo wakhe lapho ke esithula futhi wathatha ukuthi uselfie ke ithome zakhona ke lezo ke futhi athi ziyahambisana ncamashini ethome zalomuntu kade wathi umsolo wakhe lapho kade aphethe ke isibhamu umuntu wakhona ke enama threats futhi anamehlo amakhulu ke futhi enezinto zegolide ke.
And then on page 88, my lord, of the same date of 29 November 2024, line 10, under Mr. Mnisi says, were taken by the accused himself with red locks, big eyes, and with the golden teeth. We can request the state to page for us on there, so that the accused person can also follow. Start with the first picture.
Thank you. Thank you. That's
Is that all?
Yeah.
Bese ke khona njalo lapho akhuluma khona ke ubaba uMnisi advocate Mnisi ngaphansi kweclass 88 lapho ke kumugqa wesitheni amahlangu ka10 lathi khona ke ithombe lezi zathathwa phecelezi ke lapho ke umsolo wakhe yena kade uyena kade ayithubula ke ithombe lapho ke futhi kade anama threats ke yena ke futhi anamehlo amakhulu futhi enezinyo legolide ke yena ke athi futhi lokho singaze sikucele kwihlangothi le noma kwithimba ke lezo shishiso ekuthizeni basihambise ke locus ke lelo ke bese umsolo azokhona ukuthi ayivumeke lapho ukuthi ngabe uye yini osesithombeni noma akusuye osesithombeni.
We just want to show you extract of Exhibit S. Sounds like there's an objection.
Objection, my lord. Number one, I'm not even so sure that the portion that this witness has been requested to read is an extract from the record.
Is it not an extract from the record, sir? You're saying you're manufacturing evidence, like I was told I'm colluding.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, my lord, I'm not so sure. The reason why I am saying that I know for a fact that sometimes a person would ask questions based on their notes, on their notes.
I don't understand you. Are you reading? Where are you reading from, sir?
I was reading from the transcript of the
Is that
record.
the transcript?
Yes, that's
So
the
that
transcript.
should be the record then.
That's a
That's the record of this court.
Thank you, my lord.
Fine.
But number two,
Yeah.
the photo that has just been depicted here, I'm objecting very strongly because it's a photo that has just been handed over to us, I think 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, my lord. And then we asked the state, what is it that you intend to do with this photo? There was no answer. We're still waiting for the state to lead evidence in respect of this photo. As to where did they get this photo from? On what circumstances?
You see.
Who gave them this photo? What is the purpose of this photo, my lord? I'm going to object that this witness should therefore be led in the context
Okay,
of this
fine.
photo. Thank
You
you.
understand that, Mr. Barabi?
Enqaba-ke umele ukuthi zeni sikhulume-ke ngale sithombe lesi mayelana noma phecelezi ngasithombe esikhona lesikhangiso lesi-ke ngoba thibona isithombe lesi wasithola-ke emasontweni amathathu-ke adlule futhi ngesikhathi bethola-ke isithombe lesi-ke babuza ukuthi manje isithombe lesi sani futhi kuyini esoyenza mayelana nesithombe lesi-ke kepha bakaze bathule lutho mhlawumbe impendulo iqhamuka kahle ngokuthi noma kwithimba-ke labashushisi-ke lapho-ke futhi athi isithombe lesi ngabe imbangela ukuthi noma isizathu sakhe sibenza ukuthi anqabeke lapho kuwukuthi isithombe lesi-ke basithola kuphi-ke futhi ngaphansi kwezimo ezinjani noma ngaphansi kwesimo esinjani-ke lapho-ke kungakho agcine enqaba ekuthizeni bakhulume ngodaba lwesithombe lesi.
As you could please, my lord, as my learned colleague has pointed out, we gave this photo, or these photos, along with photos of accused number 2, and intimated to them that we want to use these photos in re-examination. And we explained to them that these are extracts of the downloads of Exhibit S, my lord. We specifically, we did explain to my colleagues that these are downloads of Exhibit S, and we also, as I mentioned, gave them the downloads of the photo of accused number 2, being the downloads of Exhibit DD4, and we pertinently explained to them that we want to use those photos in the examination in light of the
Okay, but did they agree?
we never got to that point. We just told them that this is what we intend to do.
And what did they say?
And, well, my lord, I think they just accepted the photos, and I don't remember any objection being raised at that point. But in any case, my lord, just to allow the flow of re-examination, we submit, my lord, that this re-examination be allowed. If my colleagues want to further cross-examine on those photos, they are at liberty to do so, my lord. But this arises from the cross-examination, my lord, as we've just indicated, and
It arises from the cross-examination of
Brigadier Gininda. And all that we're using, my lord, as we indicated earlier on, a witness can give viva voce evidence, or he can use photos to demonstrate his evidence. These exhibits are already before court, handed through Sergeant Mabasa as Exhibit S. They were downloaded on a memory stick. My colleagues, all of them came to the office, and we downloaded these photos for them on the memory stick, and they do have these photos, my lord. This is not something new.
Yes, so they say they're surprised at this evidence. They don't tell me that they had a discussion with you. They say they don't know where it comes from, this evidence. Am I quoting you correctly?
That is perfectly correct.
I listen.
Yes.
I say, yeah, it's good to put up.
Yes. But another thing is, it has never formed part of my cross-examination in this evidence. We're still waiting for the state to lead evidence on these photos that they gave us. And the state does not actually dispute the fact that they gave us these photos only 3 weeks ago.
So,
Okay,
you know what,
Yes.
Mr. Baloi, just, it's either you lead evidence,
Yes.
as they say.
Yes.
Otherwise, we'll be here forever and ever. Lead the evidence.
Well, the evidence is already there.
Then you lead it again. because they say they're not aware of that evidence. You say Sergeant Mabasa, I remember that,
Yes,
downloaded that.
yes, and testified.
And those photos which were downloaded were 749, blah, blah, blah.
And we sat with
I
them and
mean, I
viewed
remember
those.
all that. Now they say they are not aware of these photos. They only saw them 3 weeks ago.
No.
Despite the fact that I listened to evidence and we adjourned for 2 weeks. And people were saying they are going to examine about 749
Yes.
photos.
Yes,
I remember that. I'm going to adjourn. Sorry, I'm going to adjourn because we're going up and down. You'll decide what to do.
Well,
If you want to use that evidence, lead evidence on it. Okay? I don't want to be accused that I'm favoring the state or what. I can recall that evidence, that there were 749 photos.
Yes.
And we adjourned for 2 weeks. And people came here and said, we have seen all these photos. We have examined all of them. Now we don't know these photos.
But my lord, for the sake of progress, can we make this suggestion that we proceed? If my colleagues want to challenge the evidence or cross-examine the witness on those photos, by all means they can do so. But these are issues that arise from cross-examination, and we are perfectly, my lord, entitled to raise these issues with Brigadier Gininda and using the evidence that is before court. There's nothing wrong with that, my lord. I don't see the point of
Yeah, okay, let me
evidence
tell you,
that's already on
Mr.
record.
Nisi makes a thin line point to say that he never led the cross-examination on that point. But the point of the fact is, when Brigadier Gininda gave evidence, he was giving evidence being led. And according to you, you say he was led on that evidence.
Yes, the exhibit S.
Yeah, so Mr. Mnisi was not there. That's why I said to him, he's got 3 months or what have you to read all the evidence so that he must know when you're talking about an aspect of the evidence is not lost. But it's obvious it's lost. So let's adjourn so that you guys can talk about where you find this evidence, etc., etc. Is that okay?
Well, that's in order, my lord, but that we've already indicated to them, but we can have another round of discussion.
Are you aware of that evidence, Mr.
My Lord,
Ramsipi?
my Lord, let me give context to this photograph together with the other set of photographs for Mr. Ntanzi. We received these photos 3 weeks ago, and I personally asked
No.
Advocate Baloyi.
I'm wrong.
I'm not aware of these photos.
Wait. Unless I am wrong.
Yes,
They did not form part of the 740-something photos.
they did not form part of Exhibit S that Mabasa testified
You
about.
see, are you listening, sir?
Well,
They were not part of that.
we can maybe view those photos again.
Oh, God.
But this is what we selected from those photos. But if they want to view them again, my lord, by all means, we can get together tomorrow.
My Lord, it's not, sorry, Mr. Advocate Baloyi, it's not even a matter of, my Lord, of viewing them again. Indeed, we attended, all of us, at his offices, and of the 700, only a few were selected for Exhibit S. And Warrant Officer Mabasa came and testified about only the few from the 749 or whatever number it was. And this was, we only received, and I specifically asked my learned colleague, what's the source of these photos and what is the intention? That he said he's going to use them in re-examination. It's not the truth.
Oh,
and
good.
I'm standing on that.
Yeah, my interpreter, eh?
My lord, why did we give them the photos? I mean, we did tell them, and I'm.
You know what my problem is? I've got senior counsels here, senior. One is saying you are lying, never happened. He says it happened. I told you about this court. When we were trained,
Yes.
an assertion by your colleague is the truth. Now, Mr. Ramosipidi says you are lying. It's not the truth.
I can even, there's
You
an
see, now
email.
we are taking out something to show that he is lying, in fact. We'll go like this until Mandela rises from the dead.
Let me see if I can find
manje khona ke udaba lolu ithombe
an email that we sent to them
ithombe lezi phecelezi
with the photos.
ubaba walukithi Baloyi lana ke ufuna ukuthi abuze kwabo Brigadier Jackson ke ngofakazi ngoma afakaze ke ngazo manje ithimba labameleli ngelanqaba ukuthizeni ke bakhuluma ngazo ke ithombe lezi phecelezi ithombe lesi esivelile ke sakamnumzana kokade wathi umsola wesibili lapho ke kepha ngembangela ukuthi ithombe lezi bathola bayithole emasontweni amathathu andluleke abakaze bayithole ezihambisana nezithombe lezi la wala ofisa amabasa sele aqhamuka khona noma wenza ngaphambi kungesenkantolo ke usafika ufakazi phecelezi mayelana nodaba lwezithombe lezo ke athi kepha ke ukhumule khona njalo kukhona ke ithombe lezi ke wala ofisa amabasa wakhuluma ngazo ke ithombe lezi ade bethubulile ke ezo 749 ngesikhathi esibakhuluma ngofakazi bakhe la enkantolo ke kepha ithombe lezi ade bekhuluma ngazo ke manje ubaba Baloyi ke bathi akusiyizo ithombe zihambisana nezithombe lezi bona ke bayithola ke njengethimba labameli ke bathi ithombe lezi bathola kumasonto amathathu andlule ngesikhathi lezi ade bevakashila lapha ku-office lethimba labashushisi abakaze bayithole esikhathini sendlule mhlawumbe ngaphambilini ekuthizeni bayilungisele noma bayihleleke ngazo noma bahleleke ukubuza kwemibuzo manje phecelezi lethombe lezi ke manje banqaba ekuthizeni ukuba ithimba labashushisi ke noma u-advocate Baloyi abuze kwemibuzo ke kufakazi okhona la enkantolo Brigadier Jackson phecelezi lethombe lezi kade besitshengisa zona kulesikhangiso lesi.
My Lord, on the 10th of April.
Wait, before you read us, let's give Mr. Ngumalo a chance also to comment.
My Lord, it is new evidence, and if it is new evidence, it has to be rejected, not unless if the state makes an application for the reopening of the state case to lead that evidence.
So all what you're telling the court, Mr. Baloyi, it never happened.
I did attend that session where 700 and something photos were given to us in the memory stick. But out of the 700 pictures, my Lord, Exhibit S was compiled.
Okay, fine.
And in that exhibit, that is Exhibit S, there is no such a photo in that
And
exhibit.
this story about you, him saying that he spoke to you guys and said, you know what, I'm going to use this for re-examination.
It's 3 against 1.
Manje
I never had such.
Okay, fine.
kade
So,
buza
okay,
ke
fine.
ukuthi inkantolo ukuthi mana phecelezi nezithombe lezi ke kusho ukuthi manje kwenzakalani ke ngazo ke athi ke abameli bonke bathi bona kade beyile umhlangano wabo ngesikhathi sebebizwe ithimba labashushisi lapho ku-office wabo ke bakafutha babafakela ithombe lezi ke ngaphakathi kwama-memory stick bathi ke ithombe lezi abakhuluma ngazo ke manje ke bathi isithombe lezi kukhulunywa ngazo ke esikhathini samanje ke isithombe lezi kade zikhona kulesikhangiso lezi ke kade zingahambi zingekho ngaphakathi komibukiso noma ngaphansi ko-exhibit S ke lapho ke manje sho ukuthi lapho ke bathi bona ke sho ukuthi ithimba labashushisi seliqala ke uvula icala kabusha ke lapho ke mayelana nodaba lwezithombe lezi uma ngabe ithimba labashushisi lifuthi libuza ke imibuzo mayelana nodaba lwezithombe lezi kumele ukuthi babuye la ngaphambi kokusenkantolo ke besebenza isicelo sabo sekuthizeni babuze ke ubaba uBrigadier Jackson phecelezi nezithombe lezi abasitshengisa zona kulesikhangiso.
Yeah, you're saying, Mr.
On the 10th of April, 2025 at 16:15, contrary to what is being said here that they got the photos 3 weeks ago, on the 10th of April, 2025, 16:15, I attached the photos and with the message, dear colleagues, we have extracted the attached photos from the phone downloads to be used as evidence. Attached an amended exhibit list, kind regards. And in fact, Mr. Ramsepili said, then came back and said he did not receive the photos. And I resent them to him on the 11th of April 2025 at 13:54. And he confirmed that he has received them. So it's been almost 2 months, which now, according to my colleagues, say
okay, let's, yeah, fine. Let's leave it to rest. So,
yeah.
so what's your time now?
Yes, it's 15:08, my Lord.
Yeah, let's adjourn and just get your horses.
Yes.
What did they say? That your ducks in a row.
Yes. With the defense, yes.
Well, I don't know if you will, but you,
Yes.
because you want to use whatever.
Yes.
Get that in a row. If you must bring an application, bring an application. Whatever. I don't know what you want to do.
Yes. As a court pleases, my lord.
Ngicela kusekele ukuthi simise kancane ke nokuqhubeka necala ke namuhla uma ngabe ithimba labashushisi kunalokho ekumele kwenzeke siyahambe lolungisela ukuthi kusasa masibuya ngalana ngaphambi kwesenkantolo ke enze isicelo sakhe ngofakazi lokuba angathanda noma afisa ukuthi ke avuthe ngaphambi kwenkantolo.
Because I have senior guys, they meet, all of them. And they come out of a meeting, and then they've got 4 versions. It's actually, it's 5 versions. 5. But they met together and agreed. But when they get out, there are 5 versions. And it's not the first time it happens.
Yes, yeah, but my lord, we are court officials. We never put wrong information before court.
You don't want to join us, sir?
We stand by what we say.
Yeah. Maybe I should induct you as an assessor. Because Mr. Ngumalo counts the score. He says it's 3 against 1. Okay, are we meeting tomorrow then?
Yes, yes, my lord.
I'm sorry, are you available tomorrow?
Yes, my lord, I will come.
Okay, fine.
Masibuya kusasa siphakame ngopfu.